kind of places.
All right. Thank y'all to everybody that came out today for the 8th annual Marcus Garvey Day. We couldn't have put the song without you. So give yourselves a round of applause.
Yes.
So I have an announcement to make. First of all, my name is Jesse Paris, otherwise known as Chan Krumah. I've been down with Sankofa for the past 8 years. We've been putting this event on in this very park for the past 8 years. And I have announced my candidacy for mayor. So for those that don't know, there's a big election next year in April 4th of 2023. And I am one of the candidates that's running for mayor of Denver, Colorado for the 2023 election. So I'm a Black grassroots candidate.
It's official.
I'm gonna put Black people's interests first. And I'm gonna do specifically for Black people. So I just want to give you a little rundown of what my campaign is gonna be all about. First of all, redirecting the aim for us. because everybody else's priorities have been met but us. So we need somebody that's in office that's going to do something specifically for us. The malign neglect has to end. We're demanding something tangible for our vote, period. So I just want to let y'all know, I got realistic time frames, tangible ideas specifically for Black Denverites. I'm working on a plan of service to the city for the unhoused, elderly, youth, single parents, recently incarcerated, in rehab, etc. And you can earn your housing, education, a clean slate, and possibly a new life. I have ideas. Another thing I want to do is I want to defund and punish the police. Auditing the Department of the Police, the Denver Charter, the Police Union, Denver Health, the Denver Department of Human Services, and Housing. Unhoused service providers, they're all getting audited. I want to turn crime into a tangible, constructive, something that's tangible and constructive and productive, with incentive to thrive for the betterment, better part of sentencing and re-entry. I also want to create secure movable, convertible modules for unhoused and struggling small business, secure garages and parking lots for the unhoused, and RV car neighbors with options to earn housing through service to the city. Employment to our brothers and sisters with benefits and hazard pay to receive training to protect and defend the most vulnerable, defenseless members of Denver and to prevent crime and injustice as a preventative measure. Promotion of peace where force is the last resort. Housing, drug rehab, mental health, education, trade, self-sufficient campus for wayward youth, incarcerated youth, up to the ages of 24, with incentive to live in clean, self-sufficient lives and being a contributing member of society. I am accessible. I live in Park Hill. I live on 38th in Quebec in Northeast Park Hill. So I'm very accessible and I'm ready to listen. Tell me what tangibles you want to see from the next mayor. Donate if you can. Front Line Blacc News is the platform. It's on YouTube. Make sure you like and subscribe. And we're on every Saturday at 10 p.m. Reparations Immediate Action Task Force is another thing I want to create. Creating a crime bill for us in this city. Let's dialogue. In addition, I want to create recycling and reusing swept items from encampments, from these sweeps that they call cleanups, mobile showers, laundry facilities, porta potties for our unhoused, for people with power maintenance incentives. I want to lower the AMI. I want to increase the linkage fees. I want controlled rent for livable wages and minimum wage. Section 8 housing is immediately created and constructed for everyone, but specifically for our people, just for starters. So once again, the election is April 4th, 2023. Parents for Mayor 2023. Make sure you get registered to vote if you're not already. And I look forward to being your next mayor. Thank you. Enjoy the rest of your time at the 8th annual Marcus Messiah Garvey Day. Good evening. Thank you for tuning in to season 2, episode 26 of the Front Line Blacc News. We're on at a special time, special day today, special Thursday edition. This is the first time we've ever done this, but I have something planned this weekend, so I'm not gonna be able to do the show on Saturday as usual. So we're doing it tonight, and on tonight's show, we will be discussing several things. The first thing we're going to be discussing is Tangibles 2022, which is a regular topic here on Front Line Blacc News. The next thing we'll be discussing is Blacc Lives Matter being sued by Blacc Lives Matter leadership for $10 million. LeBron James and rappers Drake and Future named a $10 million lawsuit. Suspected white supremacists may face hate crime for attacking Blacc FedEx Driver. We covered this on a previous broadcast. Karen Bass, mayoral candidate Karen Bass of LA, calls Black Americans miserable and refuses to address us in her Los Angeles Mayoral Race. Gonna also give you an update on the current Denver 2023 mayoral race. And then we have Unhoused Neighbor News and Unhoused Neighbor Sweeps. Now, this show was written before all this other stuff happened. So we're just going to cover these topics tonight. And on a future show, we will cover the topics that happened today. So I'll get us started. I'm the host, Che Krumah. I'm joined by my other host, Lady Che. And say hi to the people, Lady Che.
What's up, Blacc family? Sick, better. So I don't really want to talk about it, but I got some things going on health-wise. I think the universe played craps with my life, so it knocked me off the mat, family. This is what it is. So we're here. The news got to get to you.
Right, so we're gonna pray for Lady Che and her health. So yeah, I'm gonna get it started. This is the year and a decade of tangibles. We're demanding something tangible for our vote. So any politician, including myself, that's seeking your vote, demand something tangible for yourself, for your vote, Black family. Stop just voting just to be voting. Stop just voting because the white-owned media told you to go vote. Stop just voting because you got fear-mongered and told to get your booty to the polls. Vote because you have an agenda and a cause, and that agenda is the Black agenda. And that cause is reparations. We are owed $100 trillion for past, present, and future atrocities that have been brought against our people and continue to be brought against our people in 2022. So I'm going to go over Tangibles 2020, which is where 2022 started. So back in 2020, we were fighting over who was going to be the president of the United States. Was it going to be 4 more years of Trump or somebody else? So Biden ended up winning. And before the election even took place, a brother by the name of Tariq Nasheed came out with the hashtag Tangibles 2020. We're still waiting on you Biden supporters to call into Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced. We do it every Tuesday. It's been almost 2 years, and none of y'all have called in. The 2020 presidential elections are coming up. So this was back in 2020. So now we're in 2022, and we got the midterms coming up. So we're going to change 2022 presidential elections to 2020 presidential elections to 2022 midterm elections. So the 2022 midterm elections are coming up. And foundational Black Americans are going to reject the 50-year-old malign neglect policy that has been implemented by the political system. This malign neglect policy mandates that Black Americans should be ignored and only mentioned in vague and non-specific terms, lumping foundational Black Americans into groups with minorities, immigrants, people of color, etc., has only hindered the progress of Black Americans as a group while providing tangible benefits for other groups. In this midterm election cycle, Black Americans are going to insist that our needs are swiftly met by politicians who are seeking our vote. Foundational Black Americans want tangible benefits, specifically for us. We don't want trickle down, secondary benefits that are provided for every group. Every group has not been systematically marginalized and disenfranchised in every area of society as foundational Black Americans. So we refuse to be lumped in with groups that often assist in the exploitation and disenfranchisement of Black Americans. So politicians must offer tangibles, specifically the foundational Black Americans, or we simply will not vote for them. Be sure to spread this message far and wide on social media using the hashtag tangibles2020. And now that it's 2022, it's tangibles 2022. Okay, so what are your thoughts, Lady Chain?
Like I always said, um, hold your vote like you hold your sword. If there's nothing tangible specifically for you, Black person, or your family, then why vote for them particularly? We're just wasting time giving into a system that hasn't did shit for us. Period. Um, I also believe that if you're paying attention to what's going on in your city before you listen to the future politicians, um, then you know what the needs are. You know what your needs are, your community. I mean, these new people or these people who run for office, um, they got all pretty words and they raise all this money and they do look pretty little white duck dance, to um, prostitute themselves for the big money, and it makes them look like they're viable. And that I heard something one day, something that there's a term white people made up to say that when you can raise all this money that you're viable. It is a bad term, you know. You meant to look at it a bad way. And even in our own city right now, in what I consider still a sundown state, um, what I consider still racist, even with our own people here, uh, I listen to candidates, and some people think that change is a bad thing. I think that it is a good thing. And when I hear people say really, well, not just people, like when we say really radical different things, I think it's the medicine that the city needs. Um, because if we go along with the norm of what white people want and what they expect it to look like from a candidate, then you're no better. You're not changing shit. We're not moving no needles. We're not progressively movement for our people. We're just doing whatever the sheep want us to do. And I don't think that we should maneuver like that. Because different isn't always bad. Different is good, especially when the intention is simple and pure, and it doesn't matter how much money uh, anybody can generate by selling the city out, selling their soul to the devil. Ultimately, if the people and the universe want you to be something, you will. And power is taken, it's not given, and it takes a certain kind of a force to force the hand of change, to force a different narrative. And I believe, like here, when we say tangibles, we know what that means. We're giving you something for your vote of confidence, which is free. Um, Giving you something in return for the free vote of confidence that we can do the job right. That the city is in the safest hands possible. other than somebody who causes $1 million deficits or shoots people in the community or uh, just the craziest things. It doesn't mind stating that they can put 100 people in different positions because they have the money to do so. They're just gonna spread the money around and add to cronyism. Another form of corruption in our city. I mean, they just think people don't listen, and it's so easy to raise thousands and thousands of dollars to tell the black grassroots they can't win. You know what I mean? And when you look at it from a realistic person, especially a person that knows differently, it's laughable because they're going through the biggest hoops and loops to prevent what they fear, which is the black grassroots, the people, the people's person,
Right.
the people's chosen black person. And if you didn't choose, you will. You're welcome. That's how I feel. You're welcome. Um, and medicine isn't supposed to taste good,
Mm-mm.
but it does the job. It fixes the ailment. So I would look at us here in this city, in Denver, Colorado, as the medicine you will hate.
Hate to take.
You will fucking hate it. You don't like it. You don't want it, but you need it. And soon you'll learn to love it. You're welcome. Tangibles. Go for something. And don't do symbolism. Just because they say it, it sounds nice. Check it. It's just that pretty little white duck dance that they have to do to sell themselves out, sell the city out to get in there. Okay? You're selling the city out. And that's what we've had for decades. That's what all these politicians are in other states. They're afraid of the average little guy to come in and make change. We saw this recently, Black family, with our brother Marcel. We saw it recently. Our brother Marcel went hard in the paint, really hard, right? And look what happened. The white forces band up and chose what they've had for 30 years. They kept the people oppressed, poor, abandoned. They chose that damn Clyburn, right? And he still ain't never made nothing right. And our brother still goes out hard and still tries to better us. And he had the best intentions, the right intentions, and he will be who he says he's gonna be one day. You know what I mean? We have to come up with a way to defeat these forces that have the audacity to raise money and to stand against a very natural, good intention of goodness for the people that actually does the work, which is the black grassroots. Pure and simple, innocent. You know, doesn't hurt nobody, doesn't drink, smoke, cuss. Maybe it's probably smoke, but doesn't do drugs, doesn't commit crimes, doesn't shoot people in places, doesn't steal other people's ideas. And sell them off like there is off brands. Doesn't say that he actually stands up for the right shit. It says that it's not okay to wear dresses to elevate. You know, um, doesn't agree with pushing agendas that cost millions and trillions of dollars that destroy our children. You know, Doesn't go along with these white media talking points. You know, what's really wrong with that? And everybody's so comfortable in their uh, natural anti-black racism. They're afraid to come out the house. They're afraid to explore anything different. And I'm saying it like, don't be mad at the mayor. Be mad at me. Tell you the truth. You know, and you're gonna hate it. I'm glad. You know, we see. When you raise so much money to kill off a natural, free black grassroots, it's actually for the people. You're showing your ass.
Mm-hmm.
You're showing what the government really is. It's bought and paid for. It's a business. And if you're willing to sell your soul to the pretty little white duck dance, dress all pretty, say these pretty little tacky words, be inclusive, you might as well just bend over, spread it, and let them give it to you. So you can give it to us. We're not having it. Not having it. And even if you do win and you don't, you keep raising all this money. What's stupid about this is that you're raising money, but what do you do with it? What do you tell it? Are you feeding the homeless?
Mm-mm.
Are you housing them?
No.
Are you doing stuff that we actually need? No. If the government's pocketing it, right? If you're just selling your soul, you're selling your body like a prostitute. Your words, right? So you get up in there, right? And to do what? To continue to fuck the people over. To continue to steal from the people. To keep the people outside. You keep polluting them with all sorts of things. And then you lock them up. Then you release them. Then you do them all. You keep them out there in these suppressive systems. And we're just supposed to take it? No.
Mm-mm.
Not here. It's going to make it difficult. We're going to apply so much pressure just because, and you can tell it's working. You can tell it's working because of all the money they raised against the person and all the campaigns they go to say, no, we don't want this. We want to be racist, corrupt, greedy, oppressive, murderous, thieving, lying, pandering politicians. And there you have it.
That's why we call it politics. So demand something tangible for your vote, Black family. Stop letting them do the little pretty little white duck dance on you.
I'm telling you, man. Everybody was like, I go and I have my person talk to everybody. I would just go work the room. That's it. I was like, he ain't no hoe. That man ain't no hoe.
Right.
He ain't my hoe. I'm like, I have him go work the room. Go work the room. And go make that money. No. That is a man.
Prostituting yourself for dollars.
Prostitute yourself for dollars. And you just go, you might as well just bend over and take it. That's what they're all doing. And then we get up there, man. Me and him are looking at the stats, and I'm laughing. I'm laughing because Jesse's running a cost-effective campaign.
For a second time.
For the second time, right? And they raised so much money to say no. He got the one. They raised up like they have their $18,000 to oppose him.
The first
the
quarter.
only one. He's the only one.
To oppose me in the first quarter.
The only one in the first quarter. That's pressure. You say it's bad. We think it's good. Because that's exposure.
Yep.
Stupid. You're exposing yourselves, you fucking old dumbass little white ducks. Yeah, I don't care if you come in black skin. You know you're an off-brand. Many of you.
Hey, what up, Jay Wall?
Man, if you don't stop calling me that Facebook name, you know my name is now Jihad the God.
My bad, Jihad.
What's going on with you, brother? What's going on, Queen?
Hi, how are you? You drink us.
Man, just got off doing my little live, man. Speaking about old Quando Rondo, man.
Yeah.
I was up with something crazy, man. Like I said, like I was telling people, man, like, you know, I ain't gonna just bash the little brother, man, or nothing like that, man. You know what I'm saying? Like if you choose to, you know, do that, just don't do it and then still be on some nigga shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
If you gonna do it, you know what I mean, then you know what I'm saying, become a motivational speaker, some shit like that. But if you still out doing ignorant shit, you just doing that shit because you scared now, nigga.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not real activity either.
Mm-mm.
Yeah, that's all it was, man. And then, like I said, I don't know shit about the little nigga. I ain't never heard the nigga music or no shit like that. You know what I mean? My first time actually just really just focusing in on him is these past few days, you know what I mean, when the shit been going off on the internet or whatnot. But yeah, the little brother was from my understanding that they got into some funk with some motherfuckers and somebody got murdered. And this nigga do a song about the shit, and then you go to LA, then your boy got knocked down. You know what I mean? So and now you ready to, you know, like nigga, that's that. Then you go to Instagram to write this shit out. Why would you go way on Instagram to be like, man, I'm through with this shit, man. I can't do it no more.
Oh, whitey ass.
Yeah.
What a buster, dude.
Yeah, man. Bottom line, he got.
Sorry, baby ass.
Yeah.
Like,
Kitchen got too hot, huh?
you know what you signed up for.
Right. You didn't know what you was getting into.
Man, that's what I was saying. And then he kept on making statements like don't nobody got my back and blah blah. I'm like, nigga, being a Crip nigga, you supposed to be ready to ride if you by yourself. And you against 100 motherfuckers. You gotta just take that ass whooping.
Yep.
Right.
You know what I mean? I don't give a fuck. I mean, it's been plenty of times when shit. I'm saying I was in a cell with quote unquote ops or whatever. But yeah, then I go to motherfucker take my top of my county jail shit off to show my tags. You ain't gotta ask me where I'm from, nigga. It's all over my body. Yeah. I take it and then post right on the rail, nigga, and then see when they gotta catch that fade, homie.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right. I get it. You're not always with everybody.
Right.
You gotta take care of yourself and protect yourself no matter what. Just give it to him. Just give it to him.
Yeah, but you can look at that little dude, man. Like I said, I've really just been focused on these past couple of days. Like, you know that nigga didn't get in no circle, man, and got initiated.
No.
No way.
It's scary.
That nigga had that bag, and we went to whatever hood he was around, you know what I mean? And the only thing that nigga did, he had that money, spreading out that money, spreading out that drugs, and buying big liquor and all that shit. That's all that nigga was doing, man. That nigga wasn't, you know what I mean? That nigga didn't get in nobody's circle and took that ass whooping.
Nope.
Right.
Nope. Because then he would have been a real one about it, but he wasn't. He's not.
No. That's the same with old 6ix9ine. That's how he got all them.
6ix9ine.
That motherfucker stitched out his girl. Said like immediately. Like,
just like that. That nigga was hanging around some real goon niggas. You know what I mean? And you know, after he hang around them goons, and now he seeing some goon activity. Now all of a sudden this nigga talking about, well, man, they was trying to fuck my girl, man, and all this old shit. Like, nigga,
They obviously didn't install no hardness in them. They installed some more bitch shit into them.
Yeah.
Man, for
and
real.
Respect. If you get your ass beat by your girl, you gotta tell everybody. And you ain't gotta tell the tease. They walk out. She hit me. She hit me in the club. Roll that beautiful beat footage back.
Facts.
I'm like, damn, I ain't telling nobody. Especially if I was alone, I'd be like, man, I don't know what the fuck you talking about. I got into it around with some motherfuckers around the corner. You know what I mean?
Right.
I take some time away from home. You know?
Hey, I'm not gonna be too far from y'all, man. I'm supposed to be going to if y'all know if y'all heard, I'm pretty sure y'all heard about Salt Lake City, Utah.
Oh yeah, that's in Utah. That's the next state over.
Yeah, I'm supposed to go. That's what I'm doing my CDLs up there at that motherfucking place, man.
Oh snap! You might run into General Shabaka out there. He's out there right now.
Oh, in Salt Lake City?
Yeah, I believe so, or just outside of it.
No, okay. I'm hearing that motherfucker like 2% black out there. I said, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And
Mormon.
All the black people was in Ogden.
And Mormon.
And who?
I was over
Ogden.
there.
Is that close by?
Ogden and Provo.
Is that close by Salt Lake City?
Yeah, those are the suburbs of Salt Lake.
I was in Salt Lake for like 2 years on this on a little Mormon mission.
Oh, the Mormons.
Yeah, that's Mormon country. It's how
they got all the money though. Mormons.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got all the money. They got like the biggest. What do you call it?
Church of Latter-day Saints.
Yeah, man. My brother, I forgot what he told me. He told me about it the other day. That they have all the money. Like they can have compounds. They can have everything. Because with my brother's job, they order like lots of stuff. And it's like the little Mormon kids be stealing packages, so they constantly have to keep sending them back. They don't want to cause no funk with the other people, so they just get credited.
I was actually trying to come because they gave me a choice to go to Indiana, Salt Lake City, or Denver, and I was trying to come to Denver.
Oh, you know those who could have came.
Yeah, you already know. Y'all the first thing people I thought about. Like, yeah, I go to Denver. Like, fuck it. But the school out there, I guess it's already filled up. You know what I mean? They already filled it up, so that's why he's sending to fucking Utah.
Oh, okay.
This is the next state over though. It's like 3 hours away, 4 or 5 hours away.
Yeah. So when you jumped on, we was just finishing up with the Tangibles 2022, and Lady Che was clowning my competition.
They raised like $17,000, $18,000 to go against him, right? Just him
in the first quarter.
In the first quarter, right? That's like 18,000.
Almost 20 G's against me.
Just him only, right? Because he's on the black grassroots. They don't like none of the shit we say, you know, because black priorities first. You know, we got our agenda planned out, and you know, everybody's a Democrat, I guess, and we're not.
Yeah, it's a Democratic stronghold.
Yeah. So as I said, they're doing a pretty little white duck dance. You know what I mean? Like prostitute themselves out and shit for the big money. And they get it. So what? Yeah, but what are they doing with it? And why do you have to raise all this money for
a free vote?
Free vote of confidence. That vote is free, cuz.
Right.
It's a vote.
You know why they doing that shit?
Yeah. So I'm like, you're just showing your ass. You're showing your corruption.
Yep.
You know what I mean? How you gonna raise $18,000 against the black grassroots?
Right.
The innocent, the person for the people. What does that mean ultimately? It means the fucking corruption.
Yep.
Do you know what I mean? I'm glad we're showing that. You're showing them. I really don't give a fuck. You're not supposed to be light. Medicine is not supposed to taste good.
Right.
You know what I mean? It's supposed to be ugly tasting, but it does the job. Cures the ailment.
Yeah. Well, you already know, bro. When you got to hit them with that be first thing, man. Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure you already knew what you was up against, man.
Oh,
you know,
yeah.
Especially for what y'all was telling me about them. You know, it's mostly like a lot of white and Hispanics out there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So yeah, I'm pretty sure you already knew what you was up against, man. But what's good is that you made your voice heard. You know what I mean? So that's a beautiful thing just within itself, though, Black man.
Yeah, we're not pulling that all inclusivity, broad and ambiguous talk. They're like, we were doing everything for the people and all this other shit. And I'm like,
That
first of
people
all,
of
we
color
got one
shit.
person that steals our talking points and goes front of us and does it.
He's definitely the ops.
Yeah. But that whole people of color shit is bullshit because they use that people of color shit to take the main focus off. Like, man, I understand Asians, I understand Hispanics, but I'm not talking about them right now. I'm talking about what are you gonna do for our people?
Right.
Period.
Blacks.
Right.
Blacks first.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't like that shit. And I'm like, good. I'm glad. That's good. That means that you're showing your anti-black racist shit and you're comfortable with it. And we don't like it. What I'm asking is that put that shit in your back pocket and try something different and let black people get their needs met now. You don't like it? We care less. We're about black priorities first.
And a lot of people get that shit twisted because they be thinking that a nigga being on some, like, you're not being a racist motherfucker. No. You just simply saying like you like, I mean, from what I'm gathering out of anybody, because this is how I am. I'm not saying I want beef with Hispanics, Asians, not even crackers. You know what I mean? I ain't saying I want beef with y'all. Yeah. I'm just saying just like this, like before I do anything for anybody else, I need to go for the people that's on the bottom of the totem pole who have never had anything done for them. Because if you remember back in when they was doing the whole civil rights movement, you know what I mean? When Martin Luther King did that speech, it was supposed to have been for black economics.
Well, the civil rights initially was specifically for us, and then they went back and changed the language and made it for minorities and people of color
and women rights.
And women rights, and then they opened up the door for that LGBTQ shit. And now they all benefiting off of the rights that our ancestors fought and died for.
Right. And I think that you shouldn't have to go along with their program just to get along.
Right.
And that's what we're seeing when they want us to put that all-inclusivity talk into this agenda. When they're talking about they called us a bigot.
I asked them. I said, define bigot, and then they stormed off.
Because he was right, and I'm glad he tripled down on it. Because black men should not be in dresses just to elevate.
Right. I said, why I got to put on a dress to elevate?
Man,
he was called a bigot and all kind of shit. And I started laughing. I was like, you got white people trolling us, putting our lives in danger because we're all standing for something.
Because I said I didn't want to see a black man in a dress.
Yeah, that's not cool. That's not cute either. I mean, I'm a woman. I would never fuck around with nobody, no man in a dress. What's attractive about that?
Right.
I gotta worry about you now, cuz.
Right.
I gotta feel insecure. You wearing your dress prettier than me, man. Your makeup look tighter than mine.
Well, you understand, man, that a lot of shit, like I was speaking on some of that last night with you, brother. Like, but man, we gotta point the finger at ourselves, man, because like it's a lot of shit that we don't have to go through, man. Like, literally, man. Like, even with what you're doing, man, it's a beautiful thing. But just think if we took all our resources, man, like I said, like it's 41.8 million blacks in America, man. Mm-hmm. If just 30 of us, man, just step up, like, you know what? We ain't fucking with these motherfuckers. We're gonna do for ourselves. Then you could be a mayor or a governor over our part of the country.
Right.
Our part of, you know what I mean? And we can, and America's for sale, dude.
Yeah, it is.
It's for sale. Maybe if like even Oklahoma, if you come to Oklahoma City, well, not just Oklahoma City, but Oklahoma in general, man, there's so many what they call dead ghost towns, or whatever you call it. Man, that shit is for sale, man. But we always got these niggas that be like, well, shit, if I put in my dollar, you know what I'm saying, what I'm gonna get out of it. Nigga, just put in $1, nigga.
Right.
What's it gonna hurt?
And always be that one goofy ass nigga, man.
They don't want to contribute to the growing of Black economics.
But they want to reap the benefits.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay,
But I guarantee you,
stand against the Black grassroots right now. You're putting your name on the list.
yeah. But I guarantee you though, tell them that Quando Rondo was coming to do a concert. Niggas is breaking their neck. You know what I mean? To pay that $20-$30 to go see that nigga or something.
Hell, Kendrick Lamar was just here last month. That was $300 tickets.
Oh he's out here. Was this? Is this? No, you already left, huh? No, he already came and left. Yeah, he was here. When was Kendrick down here? Was it last month? Yeah, it was like last month he was here, and that motherfucker it packed out.
Mm-hmm.
Genuine and Keith Sweater coming.
Yeah.
Genuine and Keith Sweater coming this weekend.
Yeah, we can't go to the Black Boss Summit because it's so much money. They want to shame the poor people.
A bunch of boozy Negroes talking about how they made their business so nice.
Yeah, it's sad, man. I ain't gonna lie. It's sad, the motherfucker, man. Even like people like yourself, man. Like especially, matter of fact, the most honorable Elijah Muhammad said that when you get a brother like yourself, you know what I mean, that's strictly for the people. There's not no what they call a punctified politician.
Yeah.
Those are the ones you're supposed to be all the way behind, man.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's sad, man. But I even say this shit though, even about Dr. Umar, man. Like a lot of people talking about Dr. Umar Johnson is a fraud and all this other shit. But at least he got the building up. Now, if we was to put money behind him, you know what I mean? Like this even with a politician. Like, cause the whites, the Jews, the Mexicans, they all do this shit. They'll put a gang of money behind that motherfucker, and also he'll get that warning, like, "Hey, nigga, this money better be going to what it's supposed to be going to, or we gonna come and holler at you."
Right.
He do the same thing with our people.
Yeah, he got the building up.
Finally? Oh, that shit. No, I mean, he worked hard, dude. That took like 10 years.
Yeah, it did.
So, and everybody was dogging him and said he couldn't do it, and he was fucking off the money, and I think it just was the struggle he was going through. You know what I mean? That took a long time. Well, that shit shot out. Man,
Yeah,
that's
Frederick Douglass.
For the boys coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. that letter, the dude that's always trolling him, that makes the videos, the one that has my song on it.
Oh my God.
FDMG is coming.
Yeah.
That's my jam.
Hey, what do y'all think about the Queen, man? The Queen.
Oh, may she rest in peace.
Right.
The Queen.
He said Queen Elizabeth died. I said, I don't give a fuck about that white bitch. She ain't my queen.
I feel the same way. Queen. I feel the same way I felt when Betty White died.
Man.
When Bob Saget died.
Bob Saget probably got murdered, dude. They said it was an accident.
Man. And I don't know if y'all look at the Papa Duck podcast sometime.
Yeah.
But he actually said something that kind of made you go like, you know what I mean? Like, is this bitch really dead? Because you got to look at it. All of a sudden, all these crises are starting to happen. You know what I mean? You know, the Russia and shit, though, they holding back the gas and shit from Ukraine and all this old type shit. And, you know, it's going to start to affect Europe. And all of a sudden, she just end up gone.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It actually can make you just think like, you know what I mean? This bitch probably went inside their cave, man. You know what I mean?
She's in the underground bunker.
Yeah, man. She went inside their cave, man. And I know y'all seen that shit in China, huh? You know, they got the China over there all in caves and shit now, man. Sun tearing their ass up.
I didn't see that. I need to check that out.
Wow. So I'm gonna move us all to our next topic. And that is
fuck that word.
that is Blacc Lives Matter is being sued for $10 million from its own leaders in various chapters throughout the country. Now we've been telling people from day one, since after Ferguson happened, that was a fraudulent organization. We had a chapter out here called BLM 5280. And they were involved in some scandalous stuff. And then they actually put our school board member on blast. They lied on our school board member, director, Ante Anderson.
Ayante, cuz.
Ayante.
You make sure we understood that this week. And fuck
And
that.
Mayante
I'm
just
not
got a speeding
supporting him
ticket
anyway,
too.
anymore.
They plastered that all over the news. I'm like, damn, bro, you ain't making it no easier for yourself. They already going at you, and then you go ahead and do this and get a speeding ticket, and they run that all over the news every day. Tay Anderson, Director Tay Ante Anderson uh, got charged with speeding. He did 10 miles over the speed limit, or 15 miles over the speed limit.
And he was one of the head dudes of Black Lives Matter down there.
No, Blacc Lives Matter 5280 went at him.
Oh, went at him. Okay.
Yeah,
okay.
they went at him. They called him a rapist and a pedophile, all this other shit.
And what's crazy, that's all a part of Black Lives Matter. Rapists, pedophiles, faggots, dykes.
Right. They went on a whole campaign. They said this black man violated 60 little Mexican kids.
Yeah, undocumented immigrants.
60 in one summer. I was like, God damn.
64.
Like, 64 Mexican kids. And yeah, you look at old boy and you clearly see he on the spectrum, regardless of what he said. You know what I mean?
He just had a baby too.
Yeah, I can't get down and support that dude, especially when he's trying to clown us this week. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he's like, y'all always spelling stuff with a double C.
I said I do what I want.
As it's supposed to be, goddammit.
Right. He's all. Is Blacc spelled BLACC or is it spelled BLACK?
That's what I want.
What did you say? You said they getting sued. You said getting sued for $10 million.
Yep, they getting sued for $10 million. I'm gonna put a story up now.
Shit, nigga. Well, all the money they made, shit, $10 million.
They was buying mansions in Topanga Canyon in California.
Yeah, they had a whole mansion. That bitch had a mansion.
Man.
And she said she was using it for headquarters space. She was living in it and she was living a lie.
Yeah,
it was food and everything.
It was her and a little carpet munching.
And
the dude.
And you know, she needed that. She needs some pipe too.
What it say right there? Black. What it say?
Black Lives Matter drama laid out in $10 million lawsuit. This is from Yahoo Life, the Root, or as we call it, the Rot. This is Dezane, Parker, Cicely Gay, and Simonia Bowers.
Jesus.
The drama continues inside the nonprofit organization that became synonymous with a nationwide protest movement against police violence. This time, an argument over millions of dollars might play out in open court. A lawsuit filed in Los Angeles accuses Simonia Bowers, a consultant brought in to help run the Black Lives Matter Global Network Foundation, of ciphering $10 million in funds away from the organization's grassroots wing. The suit names Bowers a consultant firm he runs in BLMGNF as defendants and accuses Bowers specifically of siphoning money contributed by donors from an on-the-ground activist it was intended to help. The suit calls Bowers a rogue administrator who, over 18 months, did irreparable harm to the organization. Mr. Bowers decided he would not let go of his personal piggy bank when more than 300 movement leaders, as well as BLM founders, insisted he resign from GNF. Instead, he continued to betray the public trust by self-dealing and breaching his fiduciary
Make it big. I'll read it for you.
duties.
Make it big. I'll read it for you. Where you at?
It's like judiciary, but it's not. Fiduciary duties. In a statement on its website, Bowers and the foundation denied the allegations and characterized the lawsuit as a distraction from more important issues. We should be focused on the work of liberation and Black joy. Instead, we face yet again another round of struggle for control of one organization, the statement read. The latest allegations which Bowers and the foundation deny follow a pattern of mismanagement, accusations of financial impropriety inside the foundation, which many still view as inseparable from broader social justice movements. BLM GNF is led by a triumvirate of Cicely Gray, Dezane Parker, and Bowers, who was brought on in 2020 as co-founder. Patrice Coolers, thank you.
Yes.
Coolers left the organization in May 2021. In May of this year, Gay, Parker, and Bowers held a press conference to address several controversies surrounding the organization's finances. Those included Coolers' use of BLM funds to buy a $5.8 million Southern California mansion that she lived in for a time, which hadn't been disclosed until a New York Magazine article in April. They also included the fact that the foundation hadn't filed the IRS Form 990 tax return required of nonprofit organizations for several years. Ooh. When the form was filed in May for the group's fiscal year ending June 30th, 2021, it showed BLM GNF had $42 million in assets after having taken in $90 million in contributions.
Ooh.
That's why I said that 10 million. That's bullshit. They need to ask for a little bit more than that.
Yeah, because they got almost $100 million off of people.
And it was crazy, man. That them pieces of shit, motherfuckers, man. They started that shit off our brother, man, Trayvon Martin, man.
Yep.
And ever since the Trayvon thing started, man, like that punk ass Peckerwood, George Soros. Yeah, man. But when that shit happened, man, like they literally just basically just exploited that whole shit, man, just to fill their fucking pockets, man.
Mm-hmm.
And it had to be us that do it, man.
Yeah.
It had to be us, old funk ass dyke bitch.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
It should go down for real. That's major tax evasion. Shit. They do it to everybody else, man. Take everything. Just take everything. Fuck her. And
that's tax evasion. That's
embezzlement.
Different
with that money, man.
Yeah.
And don't give it back to them. Don't. They've been profiting off that man, off that little boy's death for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And every fucking tragedy, for that matter, after that.
Yep.
Yeah, you're right. Because it didn't start with Trayvon. Because as soon as Mike Brown had his thing, they was all there. But they was getting all them donations, man, just to line their own goddamn pockets, man.
Yeah, they add to that fucking agenda, that confusion agenda, big time, with the fucking pronouns and acronyms and emojis and shit.
Hey, did y'all see that one shit that that Blacc Lives Matter when they had like a group of, man, I don't even want to call these bitch ass niggas brothers, man. But it was I think there was like Philly or something like that, but the police was all out there. Then these bitch ass niggas went out there, got the pop on their ass and all fucking bitch ass shit, man. I'm like, man, like that whole thing was literally a way to just push that whole LBG 1, 2, 3 shit, man.
Yeah, it was.
It's a bad
That's
look
exactly
for us,
what it
too.
was. It was a front for that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, they have to find a way.
That's when they started
to
talking
fucking
about
twerk everything.
all Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, exactly, right?
At some point, you got to separate that type of black life. You know what I mean?
Man,
You
for real.
sexual
You're black first before you're anything else.
for your sexuality.
Yeah, for real. But then, I mean, like, let's just keep it 100, man. And both we know, like, yeah, I appreciate y'all don't listen to my show like I listen to y'all show, man. Y'all know, but I speak bad when it comes to motherfucking fag ass niggas, man. Like, the black man's already going through enough hell here in the hills of North America, man. Yeah. And y'all want to add on this bullshit, man. And then man talking about what about gay rights? Like, man, what about shit, man? Like, who gives a fuck?
We're gays lynched. We're gays enslaved.
Yeah, man, they don't give a fuck about that bullshit, man. They ain't trying to, like, because bottom line, if we want to just keep it all 100, that don't have nothing to do with black culture at all.
No.
At all.
No.
That is some foreign shit,
man,
that was imposed on us during chattel slavery when they had the breeding farms and the buck breaking.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
You ain't got to participate into it. No, fuck it. You don't got to participate into it. And I think, honestly, to be 100% with you, I'm gonna say that I don't think everybody is on that tip. I think like maybe a good 70% that were living their lives like that. Okay, yeah, I can accept that with whatever. But now that it's an actual trillion dollar industry and a movement, there's motherfuckers jumping on, pretending to get the benefits that these motherfuckers are reaping that we're lacking, that we're not getting. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't think it's all everybody's gay and they just want to twerk it, fucking pussy popping and all this extra. You know what I mean? I think this is just a show.
Yeah.
Because it's stupid. There's a lot of stupidity out there that they're trying to promote on the media. Like this fucking couple talking about they had a kid, but they don't want to talk about what gender that kid is. And
man,
before that, there's 8 that calls the kid them.
Man.
and like
that's some of the craziest shit in the world. Like you like that's even like Dwayne Wade bitch ass. This whole ass nigga is gonna literally let a 12, 13, I don't know, 12, 13, 14, whatever the little nigga is. How you gonna let this little nigga decide what gender he gonna be, man?
Right.
He's a boy first, right?
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, and then I don't know if y'all seen this so-called what's that? I think it's Sweet 16 party when they let that they taking pictures of this of another little young cracker kissing.
Oh him. I seen that shit.
Yeah, like nigga, get the and then they gonna talk about well man, to be honest, I'll let Gabriel run the house, man. She runs the house. I'm like, what? I said, you need to murk yourself, nigga.
Right.
Why is that okay though? She a sister.
Yeah.
Why is she saying that? Okay. I mean,
that's that Hollywood.
Like
she's all caught up in Hollywood.
Yeah.
I would never do it. I couldn't do it, man. And I had the discussion, and I just didn't know how to react as it is.
Just look at Will and Jada's kids. They all mixed up, all confused and
shit. Man, like it.
Hey,
did y'all hear about the so-called Memphis mass shooter?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I heard he was killing white people.
Hey, they literally got this dude blasted all over like he's fucking like it trips me out when they say mass shooter when it comes to black, cause we all know like when you hear the mass shooter, you always gonna off the top think like there gotta be some crackers that doing that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Right. Like no way, but they trying to put him out here like on like he was just like And I didn't know who he was all shooting and shit. So you just pulled my coat on that.
Yeah, he was shooting crackers.
Get that guy a medal.
They treated him like Daryl. You remember the brother that ran over all the white folks in the parade?
Oh, that's my guy, man.
Daryl Brooks Jr.
My boy, free
Oh, I ain't heard about that.
Yeah.
Was it the Christmas or Thanksgiving shooter or
the Christmas parade?
Guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's my guy.
I ain't hear that.
Daryl Brooks Jr.
Daryl Brooks free.
These motherfuckers, right? Come on, black people. We're always talking about we hate white people, right? And this one brother is fleeing from his bitch. Okay, he's fleeing for her. She's obviously a problem. She said he hit her with the car. Why you in the front of the car, bitch? You know what I mean? Like, ooh, right? And he's just fleeing the scene, and he runs into the parade by just fleeing. He was being chased. So
wow, no, I ain't know that.
50, 60 people, right?
White
and knocks him off the map, right? He killed like 8 or 9. But because it was in what was it, Wisconsin or whatever?
Waukesha.
Well, yeah, Waukesha, right? He's the only black. I thought he was the only black guy there.
Had to be shit.
Yeah.
He knocks on the door. He's like, he gets this white boy to give him a sandwich. Jacket, he's in there trying to call his mama. The motherfucking police come up, get him, take him in, and they put him in
the turtle
jail. He goes in a turtle suit to court, right? And I'm like, he's clearly distraught, and they're just. It's like, look, check it out. I never see court cases where they are listening to your calls to your mama. They're holding other cases against you for incorporating with this case, and everybody that he has, which is about 8, I think, is a life sentence.
Mm-hmm.
Plus the 60 people he hurt, and the town, and all this money was raised, and oh my God, what a tragedy, right? And where's our community, right? Who was like, we should have been clapping.
Yeah.
We should have been throwing money on this dude's books.
Uh-huh.
Write him a letter, keep your hand up on me.
Yeah.
You're going in there for a long time.
Where are all the ambulance chasers?
Wicked.
Sharpness and the Brand Crumps.
Right. Nobody's stood up for him. And I'm like the only one. I'm like, free Daryl Brooks.
Oh my God. So I was on YouTube. And I forgot what happened. Somebody got killed. And these crackers was like, "Oh, don't forget Daryl Brooks."
Oh, yeah.
I was like,
bastards.
They in the comments like, "Remember Daryl Brooks?" Oh, it was after Buffalo. Buffalo. One of the brothers, his mom got killed. He was giving a speech. And they're in the comments like, remember Waukesha, remember Daryl Brooks Jr.
He was smashing through that parade.
We always gonna remember Daryl Brooks.
We knocked this little kid.
I'm like, and these are the same people that tell us to forgive.
Right. I'm like, man, he gave us so much time and so much. It was like 100 counts. At this point, I would have just went to sleep after 30. They just kept going. Count after count after count. I'm like, man, shit, wrap this up.
Wicked.
They threw him under the jail.
They're about to throw him under the jail. He's going to trial. I can't wait.
When's his trial?
They haven't said. I've stayed updated on that. Because I've been the only one covering that case for real. Like I'm like, dude, what's going on with the Daryl Brooks Jr. case? I'm like the only one that cares, because
they give him some time yet?
Not yet, but they gave him like 100 counts, 100 charges, and 10 of them or 8 of them are life sentences because he killed like 8 people by accident.
All white people.
What I think what was really bad was the kids.
He killed babies and old white people.
Old white people. It's like
like in their
Yeah,
70s, 60s, and 70s, 80s.
Yeah, it's like, what are they doing outside anyway?
Right.
Oh yeah.
Who let the
Yeah.
old people out? They're
Well, you already know they gonna put him up under the jail, man.
oh yeah, they got a place for, and then all of a sudden, all these black people in that part of town, what is it, Wisconsin,
Yeah.
right?
Just outside of Milwaukee.
Yeah, are really doing the most. I was like, hey man, I didn't know they got down like that. You got a motherfucker driving through the street with a Uzi. I'm like, what? Looking for him, then looking for him. I was like, damn, he's like the other second black guy in fucking
Milwaukee
Wisconsin.
don't play. I think that race soldier, that wannabe
No.
race soldier, rode up on that brother that was on his bike. He said, "I'm gonna kill you," and that brother started busting on him.
Man, I was like, they go hard over there.
and you never would think that just by hearing Milwaukee, you never would think that, man.
No, I just thought they was kicking back.
Middletown ain't no joke.
Who knew they was get down like there's some real killers over there.
Shout out to Outlaw Radio.
Yeah, shout out to Kevin. And the boy, hey man, who knew? I was like, Jesus Christ, there's some real killers over there.
Yeah.
You expect to hear that shit anywhere else but Wisconsin.
I think Milwaukee is the murder capital now. I think it's
real?
Like right behind Chicago.
Oh wow, didn't know that.
Yeah.
Where the fuck is Milwaukee? Is that Midwest?
Just north of Chicago.
Oh, okay.
That's one place I've never been through.
Yeah, that's right on the lakeshore. It's if you go north on what is that, 94? I think it's 94. You go north on 94, you'll run right into it. It's right. It's like close to the border. Like they got Kenosha where Shittenhouse was from.
Yeah.
And then
that motherfucker.
They got
really
Racine. And then you get to Milwaukee.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I've been to the shop before. I ain't never been to Milwaukee though.
Yeah, it's like North Chicago.
What's out like, man? I would like to check it out, not for the crime, but just because I never been on that part of the country.
Is it a lot of us out there?
Yeah, Milwaukee's like 40-50% black.
That's all. I was shocked. Old boy ran over all the people.
Yeah, well, Waukesha, that's an all-white suburb.
That'd
be like the equivalent of Lakewood.
Yeah.
Or Wheat Ridge, or as I call it, White Ridge out here.
Yeah.
Because ain't nothing weed about that shit. They name it Wheat Ridge, ain't nothing but crackers. White trash crackers.
Yeah.
Well, hell, we in the South, man, so you can imagine what we see down there. Man.
Oh, yeah. Hillbillies.
Like, I gotta go down right now.
A motherfucker gotta go hard down in Oklahoma, man, on these motherfucking billies, man. But it's one thing I can't say that for us, a lot of motherfuckers in the South are starting to wake up now, man, and a lot, like, you know what I'm saying, a lot of people, you know, them billies that they don't like that shit, man. But a lot of us, there's a lot of us in the South, man, that's starting to, you know what I mean.
They call it wokeism.
Yeah.
If you hear wokeism, just know they talking about us.
You better believe it.
I thought we tried to wash that out. Like, once they took it, we gotta change up.
Somebody said that on this program that being Lady Che tuned into the same program. The Negro was like,
"I'm over right there.
What's a bigot?" Actually, what's a bigot?
I'm telling my son to cut this game down, man. I don't mean to mess up y'all show, man. You got the damn thing loud as hell up in there.
Oh, we can't even hear it.
Oh, okay. That's what's up, y'all. I told him, he cut it down a little bit. He playing this goddamn roadblock shit, man.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we seen him on the camera earlier.
Yeah, he sit on the camera and try to creep in.
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Hey, little soldier.
Oh,
so y'all had a good old time in the park.
Hey, man, it actually worked miracles, man. I got as soon as little mama came back, she was knocked out.
That's good.
Yeah.
But hell yeah, man. I actually, man, like I said, brother, I'm gonna commend you what you're doing, man. Keep on doing that, man. Like, you know what I mean. As far as it's being a speaker for the people, brother. You know what I mean. I definitely commend you for that, man. Because I know, like, just by like I said, where you at, you know what I mean, in Denver and shit like that, man. No, I know it's a lot of us out there, but I know it's more opposition. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, they done moved this to Aurora. That's a
Yeah.
suburb of Denver.
I'm in Aurora.
It's not over yet though, right?
No, it ain't over. Oh,
no, of course not.
We still got another 6 months.
We're heating this shit up all the way up.
That's right. That's right.
I feel like they don't want to respect it.
Mm-hmm.
They when you
how's the blacks receiving you down there?
How many black people?
How's they receiving you?
About 10%. It used to be more than that.
No, but what I'm saying, how are they receiving you down there for us, with the whole political run?
Oh, we got too many damn coons out here.
They hate it.
I mean, the people that's about it is feeling it. The people that's for us is definitely feeling it. Like, I gave a brother a flyer the other day, and he was just pumping it. He couldn't stop pumping this black fist.
Yeah.
But we got too many bourgeois Negroes out here. There's too much cliquism going on. So you got these different little cliques, and one of the cliques is this Jeff Fard. He's supposed to be a pillar in the community, and he got a show that he does every Monday through Friday, and he's had me on there 3 times. Every time he had me on there, they try to interrogate me. Today he had the Republicans on there.
Yeah, dude, the other thing is like I've been talking a lot of shit about that dude lately, like really going in, because I won't hold back. I won't hold back. They've been doing a lot of fuck shit, and they intentionally drag Jesse every day. Like, if you don't like the agenda, cool, keep it to yourself. If you like the other candidates, that's whatever. But you ain't gotta drag him or what we're on, what T Paris is on. Like you ain't got no goddamn sense. And you don't have to humiliate us. And I feel like you're doing it on attention that's really some mark shit. And it's wishy washy, but it provides a sense of confusion to the black community when you entertaining the whites.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? When you're bashing the only black grassroots candidate.
Is he an old nigga or the young dude?
No, that's an old
nigga. But he thinks he's the man of the people because he got money.
He like pushing 60.
In reality, he's not. And that he feels like his vote matters, or that Jesse should bow down and make it like approach it for that shit.
This the same cat that in 2019 when I ran for city council at large told me he didn't support me because I didn't ask for his vote.
I think part of the reason that it looks like Jesse's doing bad.
So before I filed for mayor, I asked him, I said, Brother Jeff, can I count on your vote? He just smiled like a damn Chester cat.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I think part of the reason that he's getting so much negativity and that we're getting I am. I'm talking a lot of shit. But we're getting a lot of death threats and whatnot from white people. Is coming from that show.
Mm-hmm.
And what they don't understand is that once you start doing things that incite that hate within the whites towards black candidates, it's putting us, which is just me and him, in danger. And they don't understand that. You know what I mean? That they can get us hurt, and let's not see it coming because we're there just trying to do good shit. You know? Because they incite a lot of hate.
Yeah.
White people really don't like that we're not inclusive, that we're putting black priorities first. They think they're being neglected.
As you should.
What? You know what I mean? So they come at me like, I don't know about Jesse, but we don't talk about it often. I gotta keep my shit to myself. I move like myself, you know? But they get like ugly ass messages. And I'm like, I wish a motherfucker would. Like, I'm thinking like that, right? But I'm not paying attention when me and him are giggly talking to the street, putting flyers in black hands. I'm not paying attention. This a motherfucker could be driving and we cross to the street and just knock us off the map.
Mm-hmm.
Just because Jeff Favre decides he don't like us. You know, he thinks that we're too raw for fucking internet. You know what I mean? You know, we can't agree. He said that because we put black priorities first, right? Which if you're black first, that's before your sexuality. So he asked Jesse about his cabinet, and Jesse said, I probably would have some LGBTQ people if they're black first. Only black first. You know what I mean? Like we want to have an all black cabinet. Doesn't matter what they are after the fact.
Right.
Yeah.
Black.
Yeah.
You have some principle, you know? And he was like, I don't think that's going to work. I don't think Denver's ready for a black mayor. Motherfucker, you're black.
Right. This is
How
another black
this?
man talking about he don't
what I'm
think
saying?
Denver's ready for a black mayor, even though we've had 2 black mayors already, but they weren't really black. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Like,
But you know what he's really saying, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Because you know you pro black.
Yeah.
I mean? But and that nigga he's just a shell of a black man.
Right.
Right. That is Mr. Pro Biggity Black. He's black. That's my baby girl. I'm like,
I'm black,
that's
y'all,
what we're all
and I'm
about.
black, y'all. And I'm black, y'all.
I was like, what's wrong with this? There's nothing wrong with this. Everybody come back to the city. It's gonna be okay to be black again.
Right.
You know what I mean? Stupid.
Hey, family, my battery finna go dead, man.
Oh man. Okay.
When you going live again? I would catch his shows all the time.
I'm supposed to go live tomorrow. So I'm gonna be with brother Mikhail Muhammad. They doing the How to Eat to Live again, but we're doing another How to Eat to Live.
Oh yeah.
So
that's a good one.
Yeah, so we're supposed to be doing that tomorrow, 6 o'clock Central Time, man.
Okay.
So I don't know. I know y'all Mountain Time, right?
That'd be 5 o'clock our time.
Okay. Well, yeah. We supposed to go live, talk about How to Eat to Live. He's gonna go deep into the white Navy being, stuff like that. You know what I mean? Basically, especially us in the hood, man. We got to definitely start taking care of ourselves, man.
Right.
That's a fact, my brother.
Yes.
Yeah. But anyway, man, hey, man, y'all keep up the good work, man, and you definitely got my support, black man, and definitely I want to try to get you and brother Yanga back on there, man, for another.
Yanga got the TV station now.
Yeah, and I can try to call my teacher.
I posted it in the chat that we got on Facebook.
Yeah,
the video of it. He got a whole TV station out there in Atlanta.
I need to check that out. I seen it, but I didn't click on it. I need to check it out, man.
I need to check it out. For a minute, like 2 weeks now. We keep missing each other.
Yeah. All right, man.
Man.
Oh man, absolutely, man. Definitely, man. Y'all got my support, man. And I pray, the ancestors, man. Put you where you need to be, man. But it's gonna be an uphill road, man. Dealing with these coons and crackers, man.
Yeah.
All right, family. Black Power, Crip Life.
Black Power.
Yeah.
Crip Life.
Black Power. That's fun.
Peace, brother. Brother Kamaru. Welcome to Front Line Blacc News. Can you hear us, brother? Might have to put your headphones in, brother.
Spinning.
Yeah, no. It's going to have to go out and come back in.
Who popped on?
Kamaru. Come on, tomorrow.
What's the next topic while we wait?
Oh yeah. The next topic is LeBron James, rappers Drake and Future are named in $10 million lawsuit.
I really got to stop going off on things, man.
Come
Trying to
on.
control myself.
There he is. Peace, brother.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're kind of frozen. All your videos frozen, but we can hear you.
Yeah, my battery low right now.
Oh, okay. Thank you for coming on Front Line Blacc News. Appreciate you, brother.
Thank you for inviting me, brother.
Yeah.
So we're just about to get into this topic of LeBron James and rappers Drake and Future being sued in a $10 million lawsuit. We just covered Blacc Lives Matter being sued for $10 million. So I'm gonna share the screen.
I'm not abreast on any of that. I don't keep up with entertainers, sports figures, or none of that, man.
Yeah, that's good for the good.
That's good.
Yeah. Just have to be one of the little quick topics we cover.
Yeah. So Lakers. This is from CBS Sports. Lakers LeBron James, rapper Drake sued for $10 million over rights to Black Ice hockey documentary. Per report, the documentary was released in 2014. Says Los Angeles Lakers star LeBron James, along with rappers Drake and Future, are reportedly being sued by former National Basketball Players Association executive Billy Hunter for $10 million, according to Carl Campanell and Priscilla DeGregory of the New York Post. Hunter is allegedly seeking a portion of the profits from the documentary Black Ice, which was released in 2014. In the lawsuit, Hunter claims that he held the exclusive intellectual property rights to produce the documentary. Black Ice was about the Colored Hockey League, which was in existence from 1894 until 1925. While the defendants LeBron James, Drake, and Maverick Carter, LeBron James' business partner, are internationally known and renowned in their respective fields of basketball and music, it does not afford them the right to steal other intellectual property, Hunter's attorney, Larry Hutcher, stated in a lawsuit. Black Ice is based on the book Black Ice, The Lost History of the Colored Hockey Leagues of the Maritimes, 1894 to 1925, which was written by George and Darrell Frosty. Both George and Darrell Frosty were also named in the lawsuit as defendants. Hunter alleges that the authors of the book struck a deal with James and Drake behind the defendants' backs after they had already paid $265,000 for the rights to the film. I don't think they believed the property rights would be litigated, Hunter told the New York Post. They thought it would go away. They gambled. Per the lawsuit, the Frosties acknowledged that Hunter owned the movie rights, but argued that the Black Ice documentary was a separate entity that wasn't within the parameter of their deal. Meanwhile, Hunter claims that he paid $250,000 for the exclusive worldwide rights to any audio-visual version of the story. James Entertainment Companies, the Spring Hill Company, and Uninterrupted Canada, Drake's Dream Crew Entertainment, and Frosty's Striker Indigo Publish Firm, and First Take Entertainment were also named in Hunter's lawsuit.
Huh.
Interesting. So what are your thoughts, Lady Che?
I don't know what to think. Um, that's the first time I've ever heard about anything like that. And I don't know. I'd have to do more research on that because I don't know anything about. I don't understand why they would be fighting over something like that, and why would they? There's a lot of questions. I don't really know what to say about that. I feel like I need to read more on it.
Brother K, what are your thoughts on that?
Me,
Yeah.
brother, I have no at the moment. I have no. I didn't even know that there was black hockey teams way back then. Like I
Yeah.
said, I don't keep up with the entertainers, the sports figures, or none of that. I'm more political than anything.
Oh, okay. Well, and are you familiar with Tariq Nasheed?
Yeah, Tariq Nasheed.
Yeah. He did a
Yeah.
documentary series called Hidden Colors. And
Yeah, yeah.
in one of the Hidden Colors, he was talking about black ice, and he was talking about the black hockey players. I can't remember which one of the Hidden Colors it was.
I think it was
It's like 3 or 4 of them, right?
Yeah.
Hmm.
no 5, right?
Six.
6. There's 6 of them.
There's 6 of them now.
Wow.
What are the
I didn't
6?
know.
You got the 6th one because we only watched 5.
Buck breaking.
Oh, okay, yeah, that does count. It does count. Um, yeah, I think it was 3 or 4. They talked about it. I think. I can't remember.
Yeah, it was one of those two.
Yeah.
But yeah, that was black. That was originally black hockey players.
I mean, I know, recently here, from as far back in the 80s, I know there was some black ones, but I don't know nothing about past there. I know now when I was growing up as a kid in Detroit, we had a lot of recreation centers all over the place, and we had ice hockey rings at those recreation centers. So we had a lot of black hockey, in the neighborhood, because Detroit was one of those cold places, and they had the ice skating rinks and stuff. So yeah, a lot of black kids play hockey. We played that when I was in school, but like I said, I never really. I'm not up on it, brother. Mm.
Yeah. Okay.
That's
Well,
interesting though. Um,
what do you? Did you have anything to add, Lady
nope,
Chair?
not really. I would have liked to play hockey when I was little. I didn't know how to ice skate. No, roller skate, but not ice skate. That'd be tight.
Okay, so I'm gonna move us to our next topic, and that is a suspected white supremacist may face hate crime for attacking Blacc FedEx Driver. This happened back in what was that March?
Well, I think it was It
It was
was,
either March or April of this year.
it's crazy.
One of the FedEx drivers in Mississippi was attacked by this white supremacist while he was on the job, and we covered this on a previous show. But the update is now the white supremacist may face hate crime charge. So we're gonna cover that real quick. I'm just gonna play the video because
I just want to know
what's
why
the
it took
video?
so long. That man chased him. Um, was trying to
Yeah, he
kill him.
tried to pull a Ahmaud Arbery on
A
him.
racist individual
Oh, it's my guy.
decides to harass a FedEx driver. Here's the video.
Give your father. Give your father.
Oh, hell.
You dumb black. My dog is going to do right now. You get murdered. Murdered. Cool, guys. Nah, dude. Just
After the assault and the racial slurs, he then decides to take a package. All right. So let's do it this way. Let's highlight a screenshot here of the individual who was the victim. This is a Michigan situation. A Michigan man may now face a hate crime charge for attacking a FedEx driver, stealing his deliveries, and calling him the N-word repeatedly. The FedEx driver, his name is Terrell Lipsey, caught the assault on August 27th in Michigan on his dash cam video, shared it with the media. The driver said the man called him the N-word at least twice, rambled about his dog, and at one point said he would sick the animal on Mr. Lipsey. He said the attack didn't stop there. There's more background. Lipsey said the man then began following him to homes and stealing packages. Imagine the fear of this FedEx worker. One of the thefts was caught on a Ring doorbell camera. Neighbor Andrew Moore, who captured the video, said there were medical supplies inside of that package for his sister, and those medical supplies were taken. A FedEx spokesperson said the company is, and I quote, both saddened and outraged by the behavior exhibited in this video. And our first concern is for the driver involved. We are staying connected with him and offering our support. We also have verified that a police report was filed and an investigation is underway to further address this incident. So let's go to the police. The police said the assailant was on meth and was taken to the hospital to be treated for a mental condition. Well, look at that. Reports show the suspect was arrested and authorities are considering charging him with assault and battery, ethnic intimidation, illegal entry, larceny, and malicious destruction of property. They're considering it. I mean, they're talking about it amongst themselves. Now, I want to contrast here. He obviously committed criminal offenses. He obviously engaged in felony theft, likely felony assault, general harassment, stalking, everything else, right? He did these things on video, it's clear. But what did the officers do when they responded? They said, wait a minute, this poor guy, he's obviously high. He's on meth. So let's not criminalize him. Let's go ahead and make this a mental health issue, even though it was called in as a criminal issue. Now let's compare what happened recently in the state of Georgia to a 911 call that was a mental health call.
Oh man,
where the young lady
we did a story on that
was diagnosed as schizophrenic. The grandparents that called the police, they said, our daughter just needs some help. Our granddaughter just needs help. She ended up being dead. And still unanswered questions from that. Or how about the countless stories we've covered right here on Indisputable when 911 received a call for a mental health emergency, and the individual who happened to be black or brown, they were killed by the hands of law enforcement. Or what about the millions of cases across this country where individuals are suffering a mental health issue in that moment? They are simply taken to jail, prosecuted, and handed over to prison. But not in this case. In this case, police officers were able to ascertain the person was high. So obviously they could not be responsible for their behavior, according to the police. So they decided to take him in for a mental health evaluation. And they are considering, possibly, perhaps, maybe in the future, filing charges. We covered a similar story, even more dramatic than this one. Remember this story? Back in February, we reported on a story where a Blacc FedEx driver, Mr. Gibson, was shot at in Mississippi by a father-son duo. And what happened to them? These were similar tactics. And initially, they were not charged. They later did get charged, but they were not charged with attempted murder. And the FedEx that this young black male worked for said that he had to come back to work and work that same route, and he refused to do so. That was the story back then. FedEx had a different response back then than the response today. Maybe a difference between corporate and local, but still the same company at the center. All right, Adrian, this is interesting. Please help me understand, why is it that the police decided to respond to this matter as a mental health response when it was a 911 call for a criminal emergency?
It's very interesting to me who gets the benefit of the doubt in our society, whose humanity is readily apparent, who law enforcement and the system goes out of their way to ensure is cared for and treated with the utmost dignity and respect. And we often see that it is not Black people, but it's generally white people, and including when the white person is the assailant, is the criminal, is engaged in behavior that is threatening society. And it's just, it's incredibly disheartening as well as pathetic, especially the system that says justice is blind and that everyone should be treated equally. Yeah, they should, but it's clearly not the case of how it actually ends up playing out.
You know, my law school professor would be fuming right now because he's the one that taught me, and correct me if I'm wrong here, Adrian, when you engage in illegal activity, like let's say drinking too much, then driving, you are criminally and civilly responsible, even if you're out of your mind. You are criminally and civilly responsible if something adverse happens because you engaged in the initial action that you knew could lead to this kind of outcome. Why is it that if the person happens to be high, he is no longer, according to the current narrative of law enforcement, responsible for the product that comes after him getting high? Tell me the difference here, if you could.
Oh, there's no difference. It's just selective application of the law. These officers, and I'm sure whoever the DA is, just using their judgment to decide of who they want to apply the law to and who they don't, because it is absolutely correct that if you ingest something knowingly, whatever the consequences are is a you issue. And the fact that they don't want to hold this person accountable for their behavior, again, I do very much appreciate the use of discretion and deciding when you should enforce the law and shouldn't, but it's just interesting how those who enjoy the benefit of the law not being enforced tend to look a certain way, particularly when their victim also looks a certain way.
That's right. And that's the point we're trying to bring home here.
Yep. That is definitely the point.
My thoughts are that white man was really sending out some really aggressive vibes when he was when the dude was in the truck. He should have been put in jail. Of course, you know, he should have been, but they didn't do that. And the fact that he got away with not only terrorizing the man, stalking him, following him, menacing him, stealing packages, doesn't matter. He did it. He was cognizant of what he was doing, regardless of if he was high or not. You know, should be able to get away with that type of behavior.
Yeah. Still a white privilege.
Apparently.
They treat the assailant like a victim. Oh my God.
Right.
That's horrible. That brother should be suing them for putting them on that route.
Yeah. Okay. What's the
Gotta wait for the brother to come back. So yeah, it's about time. He should have been charged with a damn hate crime. It was clearly a hate crime. He targeted that brother because he was Black.
I think the dude just has an issue. Period. You know what I mean? He's got a major issue.
What are your thoughts on it, Brother K? Brother K, what's your thoughts on this FedEx driver being attacked by the suspected white supremacists and the suspected white supremacist being charged with a hate crime?
See, I still think and I still believe, and I don't know if you guys are familiar with the comrade Ramzu Yunus. I'm under the same auspice as he is that as long as we continue to participate in the system as it is, and we stand up and take control of the territories that we occupy on this continent, in this country, and we're going to be subject to racism because system makes it possible for it to be subject to racism. And until we step out of this system and stop trying to work within the system to get out of the system by fighting for some so-called civil rights and start standing up for human rights,
Right.
because we have that right to do and not given. That's God given, if you want to say that. Mm-hmm. So I'm under that auspice, and I'm not gonna say that she deserves that, but I'm saying that we're gonna have to make an effort. And I don't know if you guys know what's happening in Detroit, but quite a few people are talking about it. Russia's watching it, and we've held some elections there, and the people have withdrawn their consent from that government that was there and given us their consent to be the government. And so until we do that, until we affect that and put that in place, we're going to be subject to these type of actions by these bigoted people, man.
Yeah. No doubt. No doubt.
Yeah, that's neat.
You're referring to the Atlantic Charter, right?
Right. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you invited me to the meetings.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah. I like that, man.
All right, so the next topic is Karen Bass. Karen Bass, she's running for mayor of Los Angeles. She calls Black Americans miserable and refuses to address them in her Los Angeles Mayoral Race.
Yeah, she's going in on that little that clip or so.
Yeah, it's how these black politicians treat black people is horrible.
As I was talking about earlier with Marcel Dixon and Clyburn.
Oh yeah, Clyburn.
that shit was horrible.
Yeah. The video starts off with that, and brothers is asking them about reparations, and it's like, y'all need to stop effing with me about that. I've been working on HR 40 for that past 37 years. Like HR 40's a nothing burger. Well, I'm gonna play the
kicked everybody out.
Yeah. I'm gonna play the video of Karen Bass with her disrespectful self.
Consistently respond and react to Black Americans whenever they attempt to hold them accountable. And like I always say, the reason for that is because they know that no matter how much they disrespect you for reasons that I cannot understand, we are still going to vote for them anyways. Now let's move on to Karen Bass. Now, Karen Bass is running for mayor of Los Angeles, right? Now, recently, Karen Bass got into an exchange on Instagram with Slauson Girl. Slauson Girl runs a very good Twitter account as well as Instagram account called The Voice of Black Los Angeles. Slauson Girl is an independent journalist who works very hard here in LA to bring the best quality news as it pertains to news that's relevant to Blacc Los Angeles. Now, under her Instagram account, The Voice of Blacc Los Angeles, this was the exchange that took place between her and Karen Bass when she had the audacity to hold Karen Bass accountable in the midst of her run for mayor. Karen Bass' post reads, "We are 45 days away from ballots dropping in mailboxes and 73 days away from Election Day. We need all the help we can get. Pitch in today to make sure we make history in Los Angeles. Join Team Bass, KarenBass.com, link in bio." Now, Slauson Girl, under her Blacc Voices Instagram account, commented under this post saying, "Black politicians still won't speak to issues concerning the most vulnerable Blacks in this city." Karen Bass responds by saying this, "Blacc Voices, it's clear you're miserable. Thank God for Black women like Congresswoman Bass." Now, mind you, because I do have to say this to be fair, Karen Bass does not run her social media page, but that is irrelevant because whatever comes out on your social media page is a representation of you, what you think, and how you feel. The only reason Karen Bass's social media manager felt comfortable enough to respond to Blacc Voices in that way, saying that she's miserable, and understand, when she's telling Blacc Voices, it's clear you're miserable, she's talking about Blacc Los Angeles, because in this post, Blacc Voices is representing the Black community as a whole, as she addresses Karen Bass saying, "Why have you not addressed our needs here?" And the response from Karen Bass is, "You're miserable." That's her telling all Blacc Los Angeles, you're all miserable, just shut up and go vote for me. Okay. Now, once again, so I don't get lost in thought, whatever is said by Karen Bass's social media manager are exactly the thoughts of Karen Bass. So she made no mistake here when she made this post in response to Blacc Voices of LA by calling her miserable for having the audacity to hold Karen Bass accountable. Now, Blacc Voices responded, "Karen Bass LA, oh, that's your response to Black constituents' concerns? Who is running this account? Miserable, probably because I feel let down by Black politicians we elect. Who is running this account?" Every Black resident of Los Angeles should be outraged by this, because social media manager or not, this is Karen Bass who is telling you exactly what she thinks about you. And if you don't believe me, if you think maybe I'm just reaching, let's just take a moment to look at Karen Bass's Instagram account. When you come to her Instagram account, you don't see her address the Black community at all in any way, shape, form, or fashion. 90% of the posts on here are her addressing the Latino community in Los Angeles. That's 90% of the posts that you see here. And don't be fooled by this photo right here of her with a bunch of Black folks. That was a little Hollywood get together. Don't be fooled by that. This is not a representation of the actual Black community in Los Angeles. Now let's take a moment to go through a couple of posts here on her page. Last week, I met with the Encino Chamber and Valley business leaders about ways I'm going to make our city safer and more friendly for the business community. Read my plan about supporting our small businesses and bringing jobs to LA at KarenBass.com. So this is her addressing the white community in Encino, as you can see here very clearly. Let's move on to another post here. "The power and beauty of our city lies in our diversity. I had a great time yesterday at the first annual Nikki celebration in Boyle Heights, honoring Japanese American culture and history in LA. Looking forward to many more in the future." Now let's go to another post over here. Here's a post of Karen Bass entertaining the Native American community. Okay, cool. Now let's move on over here. This is a post from Karen Bass entertaining the Hispanic community. Once again, 90% of the posts on her Instagram page is her entertaining the Latino community here in Los Angeles. Now, this post right here is very interesting because this post right here came a week after Karen Bass responded to Black Voice of LA saying that she was miserable, meaning the Black community of Los Angeles is miserable for having the audacity to hold her accountable. This was her response to kind of cover up for what she said to Black Voices. Now, Black Voices was on top of this. As you can see, she's in the comment section here saying, after calling Black people miserable, Karen Bass posts exactly where her focus is, not voting, hashtag not voting for Karen Bass. Now, let me read this off because this is wildly disrespectful. What an amazing day celebrating the power and unity of Los Angeles' diverse Latino and Caribbean communities with Latinos con Bass and more than 250 supporters. Understand, this was another one of her many Latino events that she's holding to gain the Latino vote. And in an attempt to save face, as opposed to addressing the Black community directly, she used the Caribbean community in Los Angeles as a proxy for Black Americans in Los Angeles. I'm going to say that one more time. She is using the Caribbean community in Los Angeles as a proxy for Black Americans in Los Angeles. She refuses to deal directly with Black Americans. She won't do it. And instead, she opted to invite a bunch of Caribbeans over to a Latino event that she was holding in order to make it seem like, hey, look, I'm addressing the Black community too. But she's not. She's speaking to Caribbeans. Now, here are more posts from Karen Bass addressing the white community here in Los Angeles. And you'll see that in photos like this, you'll have one Black person here, or one or two Black people there somewhere in the background of these photos. But at no point do you ever see Karen Bass holding an event directly addressing Black Americans in Los Angeles. This post reads, "Thank you, Echo Park. Can't wait to be your mayor so we can get big things done for this city together." And here's another post right here in a predominantly white neighborhood of Los Feliz. And this post goes, "Still fired up, still ready to go. Thank you, Los Feliz." The reason that I'm highlighting these two cities is that for those of you who aren't familiar with Los Angeles, Echo Park and Los Feliz are upper class neighborhoods here in Los Angeles. Okay. Now, I want to give those of you who don't live out here just a little context of how upper class these neighborhoods are. So let me pull this up for you very quickly. The Los Feliz, Los Angeles, California housing market is somewhat competitive, scoring 67 out of 100. The average Los Feliz house price was $1.75 million. Wow. Okay, now let's see how expensive it is to live in Echo Park. Echo Park housing market in July of 2022, the median listing home price in Echo Park was $1.3 million, trending up 13.7% year over year. Karen Bass is literally addressing every group in the city of Los Angeles, no matter their class status or their ethnicity, as long as they're not Black Americans. Like I said, come to her Instagram page. And as of today is September 6th of 2022. Today is Tuesday, I believe. And I should be releasing this video tomorrow, which should be Wednesday, right? Start from the top of her page and just scroll down. Nowhere on here do you see her entertaining Black Americans at all. Once again, this photo right here, let me make sure to read this post to you so you see. "Thank you to AAFCA TV Honors and President Gil Robertson for recognizing our country's growing diversity in storytelling." Okay, this is some Hollywood nonsense. This is some Black elite bourgeois foolishness. She is not addressing nor talking to the Black community at all. But let's keep scrolling, right? Let's just keep going. We see her with Hillary Clinton. And once again, I know I've said this a bunch of times already, but 90% of all the posts that she has here, she's speaking directly and solely to Latinos. Okay, that's who she's addressing. That's who she's speaking to. She can care less about the Black community. The closest thing that you got to her addressing the Black community was a post that I'm going to get to very soon. You see, I have to scroll a lot just to get down to the one, courtesy post that she put for Black Americans. This was a courtesy post right here. Okay. S01 Books announcing that they will close at the end of the year hits us hard. Today, I brought more than 50 community members to show support for one of the premier Black-owned bookstores in Los Angeles. Thank you for your decades of service to our neighborhood. If Karen Bass, along with Maxine Waters and the other Black politicians that represents California, actually did their job as it pertains to properly addressing the needs of the Black community in Los Angeles, then S01 Bookstore would never have to close down to begin with. But instead, she stops by for a photo op as this bookstore is now closing down. And apparently that's more than enough to get Black Americans to show up and vote for Karen Bass to become mayor of Los Angeles. The disrespect is beyond unbelievable. But you can continue to expect this kind of disrespect so long as we Black people in America continue to support these politicians, rewarding them with our votes and putting them into office just so they can turn around and disrespect us. Right. These people talk to you like dogs, and they do that because they know that no matter what they say, no matter how much they disrespect you, you're going to vote for them anyways. The only outcome that should come out from this here with Karen Bass is that she should lose. That's the only outcome that should happen.
Right.
The Black citizens of Los Angeles should come out in mass and intentionally vote for the opposition out of spite, just to send a message that you cannot get away with consistently disrespecting Black Americans and disregarding their needs and thinking that you're just going to get into office anyways. Now, whether or not that will happen is yet to be seen. History says we'll vote for her anyways, but I really and truly hope that I am wrong. And with all that being said, that does it for today's video. So please make sure you hit that subscribe button.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts, Lady Trey?
It's typical. It's just like our guest was saying earlier. You continue to pay into it or put into it for the results.
Mm-hmm.
So this just goes along with what you just said.
Yep. Shame on you, Karen Bass.
Like, this is typical behavior for her, though. I wasn't surprised. Not surprised at all.
So she ain't doing nothing for Black Los. What do they call them? Los Angeles.
Los Angeles. Wait.
Angelinos.
I can't say it. Angelinos.
Yeah, she ain't doing nothing for Black Angelinos. And she think they just gonna vote for her because she's Black.
No. Is that that was the same clip where Ogre was talking about I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Sheila Jackson Lee.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same one. These congressional Black caucus ain't doing nothing. Like, what's the point of having a Black caucus if they're not going to do nothing for Black people?
It's for show. Decoration. I don't know. Makes the government look diverse.
So people that's in Los Angeles don't vote for Karen Bass. Do not vote for her.
Yeah, we have so there's either one or two things going on with this sister, and I'm gonna call her a sister because physically, she embodies, what we are, but mentally, I don't know what's going on with her mentally, but like I said, there's either one or two things going on. The sister is chasing a bag, or she's suffering mental illness. Yeah, the mental illness of self-hatred. You know, and and just like the sister said, it's atypical. We have those. We have Negroes like that here in Birmingham, where I'm at. You know, they get out, and now they work from a different aspect. They get out and perpetrate as if they're pro-black, but at the same time, they doing the same thing she doing. And I'm talking about in the people's face. And they chasing the bag, and if you try to hold them accountable or point out some of their contradictions, then they gonna flip the script, and then they gonna pull one of them numbers she did, and then they're gonna try to make you look as if like what she did is like, yeah, you're miserable, and all this type of stuff, but we all should be miserable because we're coping with a situation, and that's what we're doing. We're coping, and we have become comfortable in our coping mechanisms to all of this oppression and being dominated by a foreign people, by another race of people. We're being dominated and ruled and controlled by a whole nother group of people. When we, like I said, we should just claim our independence.
Yeah.
Step up and do that.
Right.
And get rid of them, get them out of our lives. And if they come into our territories, they're going to be under our scrutiny, under our judgment, under our laws, if they violate any, if we let them into our territories.
Right.
So there are some places that we can't go in some of their neighborhoods, especially like in New York and them Jewish neighborhoods.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, they got their gated communities and their little covenant communities.
They make it very clear we're not welcome. Very clear. They make it very uncomfortable, and we shouldn't have to feel like we're uncomfortable anymore. That's the whole thing I was saying. They're like everybody's so comfortable in this state of mind that they don't want to try to be different or change. You know what I mean? They want, like with you running for office, to do what they want them to do what they want you to do. And it's not okay. It's not for us what they want. You know what I mean? It's not for the betterment of us. It's not for our good, best intentions, for our well-being. And it hasn't gotten us anywhere following their rule for I'm 42, so at least 4 decades of my life we've been following them and their rules and their lies. I mean, if things were really better under their care, why are we suffering so much?
It seems the more black politicians we get, the worse off we become.
Right. And then when you got the good intentions, the solid, the solid, well-meaning candidate or whatever that wants to change shit,
they're not viable.
They're not viable. But I don't agree.
Yeah, these people. Oh, go ahead, sister. Go ahead.
I was going to say that in Jesse's case, I don't agree because I can't remember what I heard it, but being viable was like a bad word way back when, and now they make you raise all this money for a free vote. You know what I mean? To be viable, and I think that's wrong too because what it is just pandering or prostitution in my mind. Like you're just selling yourself, and you're selling out the city. For them to put you in office, only to keep the people oppressed, poor, dumbed down, whatever broad and ambiguous term they want to apply to us. We're never going to get out of it. Yeah, we don't get out of it. because they don't want us to change things. And knowing like with Jesse's case right now, I just telling them that they raised like 18 grand
against me,
against him, just him only, and he's the only black grassroots candidate with the the most cost effective campaign him and I are on. You know what I mean? And everybody else has managed to raise their fair elections and all this stuff. And the more you read into it, the more you read actually what the government puts out there, you find that we should not align ourselves with their condition. Their condition is corrupt, and it takes away from the people.
Mm-hmm.
It keeps the people destitute and imprisoned, and you're in prison even outside, you know. And I don't think we should agree with that. And I kind of like that they're doing it. That they have to raise all that money because that shows fear of what they don't want,
mm-hmm.
which is change, good change. You know what I mean? Especially when you put black first and the black priorities, the black necessities in a racist sundown state, even if it's not said that, it is that, you know. That was heavy.
Yeah. What are your thoughts on Karen Bass, Brother K?
Yeah, that's what I was saying. That sister, she's either suffering from mental illness or she's chasing a bag. And once they get to hobnobbing and rubbing elbows with, elitists, they get their palms greased to do certain things for them. They're beholding to those who get them there. Anytime, sometimes people get placed before you. It's not that they just come on their own will or their own fruition to come and try to help or rescue Africans, from the system. They get placed there as puppets.
Mm-hmm.
Somebody put them up, and once they get that office, they're beholding to whoever backed them. I ran a sister for mayor. I was her campaign manager for a minute.
Oh, okay.
And no, she the sister is growing, and now at first she was a complete. She had no idea of anything because she went to an all-white school. She was raised around a bunch of white folks in a wealthy neighborhood outside in the suburbs, and now she lives in the city. And so she ran for mayor here, and at that time she ran for mayor, she didn't know anything. But the sister has come a long way now, and I know she's going to run again.
This is in Birmingham or Detroit?
This is in Birmingham.
Oh, okay.
And I don't know, man. Nobody put her up to do that, and she came out on her own fruition. But once she got there, once she got into the circle, she didn't fall to some of the influences that many would, because she started learning things because I was in her ear,
right.
And I was giving her that business.
Mm-hmm.
So she went studying on her own and learning things on her own. But like I said, that sister, she's got to be either mentally ill or chasing a bag. Now, this mayor here that we have now, like,
mm-hmm.
I hobnob with some of these people, these political figures here in this city, but they know who the hell I am, and they know what I'm about, and they know when they come into contact with me, if we conversate, they know what they gonna get, and they know I'm gonna give them that business.
Right. They gonna get that work.
Yeah, and brother, you where you guys are and what you guys are doing, you need to be working from this same aspect, man. You need to be probably rallying the people to the ideology of the right of self-determination and withdrawing their consent and taking control, you know, of that of your territories where you are, your cities. If it's predominantly populated by African Americans, you can do that. But see, that's another problem within itself, is that most of us are not politically educated. We don't understand geopolitics. All we know is Democrat and Republican, and we can't think outside of that. We think that there's nothing else. You know what I mean?
Right.
So, but we have to get our people to, because the governed are governed by consent.
Right.
Like you going to the people and asking them to give you power.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and that's where the power derives from, is the people.
Right.
So, and if you can get the people to withdraw their consent, and I'm not talking about running for the mayoral office, I'm talking about taking control of the whole damn thing, the city, without being a mayor or a representative of the city within the state under the state guidelines. I'm talking about formulating, because you can abolish, like the people can abolish the government.
Right.
They tell it's in your city. I bet it's in your city charter.
Yes.
Yep.
City charter.
Yep. City charter. Yep.
Yeah. The power is inherent in the people. And I'm talking too much, bro.
Oh, you good. You're right. Good. You right on
You're
point.
Because that's what I've been saying all the time. I'm like, when you're ready to, we're ready to change the charter, and not just the charter. I think we have the home rule here. You know, so there's a lot of things that city council don't even follow their own guidelines. You know, and so like with him, it's just him and I. You know, team, and there's a lot of research to make good, correct decisions that are for the benefit of Black people first. You know, so there's a lot of reading and thinking, and I have been doing a lot of reading, and a lot of reading starts with that, and enough to where I want to ask questions. I just don't want to ask the same questions in front of the same people that are trying to knock him off of his
square,
his dream. You know what I mean? That's really what they want to do. Every time I ask something, they next thing you know, they're running with it, and it's really not for them. They're going to use it for obviously diabolical tools, but it's for him. It's his dream to be whatever he wants to be. You know, you're right, and it is governed by the people, and they have to find a way to actually enforce that, because they're letting the government hold us captive.
Mm-hmm. I mean, how many city council members do you have? Probably about 9 or 12. It depends on how large. How many city council members you have?
12.
12 city.
Well, 11.
Okay, and one mayor.
Yep.
Okay, that's your power. Or those are the people supposedly holding the reins of power. Okay, and then you got
the city council districts and 2 at large, and then we have the mayor.
Mm-hmm. And then now the way they regulate, the way they enforce policy is with their police departments, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so like I said, you can abolish that whole government, you know, and you can disband the police. You can fire their asses.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Or you can rehire some of them if they're good ones. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You could change your whole the whole way the whole system. One thing. Yeah. That's the law. That's the law. It's written. And like I said, I bet it's written in your city charter. Yep. You know, it's written in probably in most city charters all across the country. Yeah. One thing I was trying to say earlier, but my mind was slipping, is that once these people, like I knew this sister here, and she was in the streets. You know, I knew this sister from when I was in the streets, from when I was in the streets doing bad shit, you know.
Yeah.
And she was in the street. Her brother, I know her brother, he was in the streets, you know, and me and her brother, we was doing illegal shit in the streets.
Yeah.
And so, and she knew, you know, but she was a radical, you know, and she was in the streets with radicalism, and she was fighting for the people,
right?
But it seemingly is what it looked like she was doing. But once she got that position as I think she was a city council person first, then she became a commissioner.
Oh, okay, county commissioner.
Yeah, and so, but the mayor, he and her, they weren't friends. They weren't that close. And I was kicking the mayor's ass here for a while.
Good.
But she contacted me and told me to up off of him, you know. But what had happened was that he had done greased her palms. Because he had come into, by him just being in that position as mayor, he has become a millionaire just sitting in that position. See, that's what happened. So once the money started talking, man, people shut the hell up. Listen, I used to do production in Michigan, and one of my best clients and my biggest clients was he wasn't old, he was a middle-aged Jewish banker. You know, he had stock in Starbucks from the ground. He had stock in Home Depot from the ground.
Oh wow!
Now, I made a lot of money working for this guy. You know, I made $100,000 in 1 month working for this guy, and he assaulted somebody. You know, and he wanted me to come to court. And I was there when he did it. We was in his backyard, and he assaulted his neighbor. And he wanted me to come to court and testify on his behalf. He wanted me to lie in court is basically what he wanted me to do. But I wouldn't do it. And that ended our relationship. So that cut my money off. So, but what I'm saying is that I was not for sale, man. I give a damn, man. These people are not buying me. And I don't even know if I would want to run for a position such as that. And like I said, I'm under the auspices of takeover, you know, but not seditiously, but, you know, power given by the people.
Right.
Yeah. Definitely in the same alignment. You know, we're on. I feel like
the money will corrupt the position. You know, you get the money will silence you. You won't like what happened with that sister, because I know this sister.
Yeah.
You know, but now I don't think she give a damn about the people. I know one thing. Now she flies a RBG flag in her office, and she got flack. She got a lot of flack for that, you know.
Oh yeah.
And she rocks her afro. You know what I mean? But I don't think her, as long as they keep putting that money in her hand, what she gonna say and do?
There's a candidate here. There's a candidate here that is constantly stealing our work, you know, and he does it in our face, you know, so it's like whatever. So when I see him, I check him on it because I don't like it. I work really hard. I come from the street. And so the effort I put into something I didn't know nothing about, I take very seriously. Especially if they steal my work. You know, they're supposed to be for our people. You know,
let me interject for a second. Let me tell you something, sister. So what I've noticed is here, the people in the streets that do work,
the people in government here in the local government commandeer your work, and whatever they're gonna take over and do it, and they're gonna do it better because they have the resources you don't have that you're gonna try to struggle to you're doing, but they already have the resources and the money, so they can do it better, and then they gonna it ain't gonna be what you were doing exactly. It's not gonna be the same spirit of liberation and Black power or anything like that. It's gonna be commercialized, and it's. I see them do it here. They've done it to me like 3 times, man. My slogans, they've stolen my ideas with taking the kids, giving the kids exposure. You know, because that was one of my when I was in the police here, that was one of my things. You're criminalizing poor people. You're criminalizing people because they're poor. You know, because they're stuck between choosing. Do I pay my rent? Do I buy food? Or do I pay my car insurance? They gonna pay their damn rent and they gonna get food and fuck that car insurance. And I'll get that when I can. And then when they get pulled over, now you taking their car.
Yeah.
Now they got to pay to get their car. You impounding their car. They got to pay to get that out. They got to go to court. They got to pay for tickets, you know, because this is poverty. This is orchestrated poverty because you're taking the resources of the city getting millions, and you're using it, and they probably doing the same thing where you at.
Yep.
They're investing it in places where whites are in and privatizing and taking control of housing and and stuff like that. In the neighborhood, your districts, they don't get nothing. We got what we call neighborhood captains or something to that effect.
Okay.
You know, each neighborhood got $1,200. I think that's what it was, 1,200 or either 12,000. But the police got like, it was the tens of millions. The school got so many million, but the police got the biggest portion of the budget. You see what I'm saying? And that's to maintain control of the impoverished because of the prison, the school to prison pipeline is gonna, you know what it does. It's the same thing as it produces without a large overhead because they get funding from the state. You know what I mean? That they don't need because they're basically independent. They don't need the state money. They make their own because they make furniture, license plates, and all other stuff they make. You know, and they working for free. So this is
slavery.
This is what they want. They want that poverty because poverty creates crime, and crime furnishes prisons and prisoners or slaves, rather. You know what it is.
Yep.
That's exactly what it is. And we're telling them that every Monday at City Council before we even started this campaign run off of the Black grassroots. You know, Jesse was doing City Council for like 10 years. And me, I was just a gang member. I was in the street. And it took me in, re-educated me in I had to reprogram. I had to kick out a lot of stuff. And now I read, and everything is in black and white, and I'm making it so
concise.
It's concise to where they I might not be able to speak well, but you're gonna feel what I'm saying. That they've been robbing and killing us and keeping us in this kidnapped, hostage, destitute type of situation, and we don't have to abide by that. We can take it over. We can do the right thing. If you don't like it, oh well. It's
have Have they shut down schools where you are?
Yes.
Yeah.
We have schools that don't even have an AC too.
They're burning up our children's brains.
How many schools approximately have they shut down?
About 6. No, it was about 9.
Nine
of them in our district.
Yeah.
That's the dumbing down, and then they come with this stupid ass music. Why they dumbing us down?
Yep.
They got the kids out there in the street, basically wasting their life getting on drugs that they provide.
Yeah.
And hit the luck is on, and they try to cure addiction that they caused. And all these other, it's just a revolving cycle of stupidity. And that the fact that the people are riding this cognitive dissonance and going along with as sheep, it only makes it worse. So it just adds to your point about taking back your independence, but in the way of creating it differently for us, our own government, self-governing, with actual benefit that's going to benefit us only. Well, first priority. You got to take care of everybody, but that doesn't mean we got to agree with their fucking agendas. They all got agendas.
Excuse me for a second. I'm gonna go and turn my air up. But listen, I'm sorry, sister, to keep stepping on you too. I'm sorry.
No, that's cool.
And let me tell you what this mayor here is supposedly a college grad, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now this son of a gun, he just sold off 200. I think it was about 200 and some acres of city assets. City land.
Yeah.
And we know that land is one of the bases for
means of production.
Yeah, and wealth freedom too.
Yeah.
But he sold it to a white private developer.
Oh man!
Now let me tell you how he pulled it off though. So he had a bunch of black contractors to come in, who was supposed to develop this thing. Mm-hmm. But the owner, the whole guy behind the whole thing is a white guy.
Oh man!
So they sold off 200 and some acres of the people's land. Now who gave him that damn right? Like it belongs to him personally.
Mm.
The people, they didn't put it to a vote or anything. He just did it.
Mm-hmm.
What kind of man?
That's how power's taken.
Yeah.
He took it. And so if he could do it, why can't we do it and not be afraid to do it? Because he just did something diabolical. That was diabolical right there.
But that's the thing though. See, once you can gain control of your territory, you can leverage the assets of the territory, whether it be buildings, anything in that territory. It all belongs to you.
Right.
You can leverage that for resources.
Mm-hmm.
We could play the game a whole different way, man. And we don't have to get money from the state. We don't even need this, especially a place like Detroit.
Yeah.
It's some more places like around on the coastline, like Alabama, Mississippi. You have railways. Here you got timber, you got coal, you got iron, you got vegetation, food, freeways, you got seaports, docks.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And you can do business with anybody.
Right.
So you can leverage assets, you can import, you can export. Now, one of our problems may be shipping.
Yeah.
Yep.
But the countries that you do business with, you can best believe they have ships.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, the import export for us is something that could be navigated around. It's just just good conversation and good business. People don't practice good business anymore.
Well, because I know one thing. Like I'm a business owner. I own my own business, but now I'm like that sister. I'm chasing a bag, but I'm not getting it from the hands of white folks. I'm
Right.
getting it from the hands of my clientele, and most of my clientele is Africans. And when you're chasing a bag, your time is consumed. Or they say time is money, and it consumes your time trying to figure out how to get it, how to acquire it.
Right.
So I'm constantly, if I'm not physically laboring, I'm laboring at this computer. So it's an all day. So I don't have. That's why I was telling you earlier, brother. I'd be so busy, man.
Yeah.
Sometimes I come in here once I finish laboring out there. Once I get here, I can't even get on this computer because if I sit down, it's over.
Right. Yeah, I can definitely do it.
People they keep us hopping through hoops trying to maintain and pay bills to maintain that we don't have time. But see, this is where we have to make a sacrifice, and Detroit would be the perfect jump off to come to. And once Detroit goes, then it should set the precedence for the rest of the country, where the majority population is African American in these cities, these territories. If we take Detroit, everybody else should take their territory, and we should be helping each other. Like once we take Detroit, then we go to the next city, and we take that one.
Yep.
But we have to. It's work. It requires groundwork. It requires getting the information out to the people. It requires going door to door, flyers, social media, whatever you have at your dispense.
Right.
Yeah, to get the information out. And it's going to be a lot of walking. And if you got teams out there on the ground talking to the people and making them understand and internalize what it means to be self-determining, you know what I mean? What not the Mayalana Karinga, because I still hear people talking about Mayalana Karinga. I still hear people talking that, man, and not knowing that brother
was an FBI informant.
Yeah.
Man, people are a trip.
Oh my God. So now we're gonna get into the mayor's race and Denver. Oh my God. So our next topic is the update on the Denver's mayoral race. Oh my God.
How you looking?
Man, I'm still they still keep putting my name first. So I'm looking good in the media. But my donations, I need donations. I definitely need donations. I applied for this Fair Elections Fund, and they want us to get 250 donations from Denver voters.
You got a ground team?
No, we haven't got one yet. The thing is that people are showing.
I got boots on the ground, but they're not organized.
Brother, let me tell you. Listen, brother.
We're doing it together.
I was in African People's Socialist Party, right?
Oh, word. So you know, brother, Amari.
Not Obadeli.
I was a part of the one out of St. Louis.
Yeah,
the African People's Organization with Brother Zaki.
You talking about African People's Socialist Party, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. Now, when I was in, I don't know if Zaki was what he was doing in St. Louis when I went up there. I traveled with the brother down here. He's the Southern Regional Director. So we would go to St. Louis, to help. We went up there to help the sister Columbai. Are you familiar with her?
Yeah,
we went up there to help with her campaign. Man, I learned so much up there, man. We had about 10 teams on the ground going door to door, and we canvassed every neighborhood, man. We talked to the people, we broke it down, tried to get them to understand, but they had the money and the resources against her to thwart her, but she gave them a hell of a race. She scared the hell out of them, really. And the guy that was the alderman of the area she was trying to run for, man, this dude owned about 200 houses, and the land bank. What they were doing, what they doing now, the same thing they doing everywhere, is they had this large swath of houses and neighborhoods, man, that had been abandoned and dilapidated, and the land bank had all of that, and it gave it to the feds, and they built a damn spy headquarters there, man.
Jesus Christ.
I'm talking about they can send a drone anywhere in the world from right there in St. Louis from the spy headquarters, man.
Wow.
Yeah.
We got a Fed building here, and it used to be an airport called Stapleton. It was named after a Klans member named Benjamin Stapleton, who was the mayor back in like the 1950s. Anyway, they ended up naming this airport after him. So after the airport shut down and we built DIA, Denver International Airport, they turned all that land into a little suburbia called Central Park. And we actually got to fight to get the name changed because they wanted to keep it Stapleton. Mm-hmm. And we had big protests and rallies behind it, and they finally changed the name to Central Park. So there's this whole like community of crackers that are on this land in this whole neighborhood called Central Park, and it's sickening. Every time I go through Central Park, because I literally stay like across the street from Central Park, it's just sickening. I've never seen this many white people in my neighborhood. I've never seen this many white people on this side of town. It's horrible.
That's a fact.
How many days out are you till election?
About 6 months.
Yeah, brother. Right now, you got time to build your ground team, man. You need to, even if like people like us, like me, you know. Now, right now, I'm in the midst of a lot of crap with my business and this thing going on in Detroit. But the people that you have good relationships with, man, you need to import their ass to Denver and get you a ground team where if they just come for a weekend or a week, you know, and get you some teams and take each team, take a neighborhood or a section of the city. And man, we passed out. So, but I don't know if you got the resources for the flyers. See, that's another.
Yeah, that's what's being worked on. Like right now, I have a sister that's printing out flyers for me. She print out like 100 at a time, 100, 200 at a time. But I need like a union printer, so I can print out like thousands of flyers at a time.
Yeah. See that the African People's Socialist Party, what they was doing, they was getting money from people. So a lot of people was giving them, and then they would hold like, you know how you go to church, or I don't know if you ever been in the Nation of Islam. The Nation of Islam, they it's like a what they like an auction. Maybe can I get a 20? Can I get 100? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Get you, hold you some events and raise money, man. Because I did that same thing here. I held an event. I raised a little bit of money. I didn't make a lot of money, but what I took every dime of that money, man, and I went and printed out the flyers. I used the people money for the people's business. None of that money went in my pocket, man.
Right.
You know. Yeah, and so
like we see that we've been using we have a lot of resources that we tap into, and with me and him, I want to say I do a majority of the computer work and get things ready for him because he's outside doing actual business, like behind the scenes for the people, and when we're out together, we're passing out flyers left and right, and educating Black people, to see, read this, talk to it, accessible, making it accessible I kind of like how it's moving. I told him that slow and steady is going to be what we need to do. We can't just force something because then we make a mistake or an error, and we got to stay focused because you got campaign rules that you got to stay on, so you don't want to mess up. Because that'd be the one thing that you fail to miss or file something. That's how they get you.
Yep.
Especially when you're like the underdog that everybody hates, that they're against, or because they know you're serious. I think that's what's happening here when they raised like $20,000
in the first quarter
for just to run against him, only out of like what 15 so far.
There's 12
people. You got their attention. That's what it is. You got when they start spending, when they start spending money, you got their attention.
Yeah, they spent like he's the only one I think it's almost $18,000 they put up so far against him, and he's there was a little campaign discrepancy with how they weren't accepting some of his contributions, and so we had to fix that. So our next filing should be better. However, that's a lot of money just to run against the Black grassroots.
Right.
The only one that has a high opposed fee already raised.
Have they done any media against you?
No, not yet. It's coming though. So far, the media's been, I don't want to say on my side, but they've been doing a lot of articles about me.
The city actually likes him. It's just the people. They listen to certain podcasts, and the podcasts are play confusion games with the people's minds. But the government actually likes him. So the people that he actually deals with behind the scenes, for like the certain task force and boards and things that he's on to benefit the people, yeah, they love him.
I wouldn't trust media though.
That's why we have our own media.
Yeah, but I would use them at every opportunity, but they gonna sound bite you. They gonna cut you. They gonna chop and screw you.
And we factored that in. I think too that this is the year where you should be unapologetic about your views. Because they're so used to everybody gets along and want to be inclusive, black and brown, or whatever bullshit they're talking about, and we're not on that. It's very kind of it's enough to cause a little fire in the city,
Yeah, the white people feel left out when they don't get a flyer.
Oh yeah,
they're like, "What is that?"
No. Listen, bro. Hey, I would, and see, because listen, now you have you have a class of white people who are in the same condition that we're in. Okay, so I wouldn't fail, to reach out to those people too. If they want flyers, I would. But now here's the thing: is that I wouldn't just hand them a flyer. See, that's one of the things I learned in African Southern Party is to be engaging.
Right.
At every opportunity, which you get to, you get to teach, inform, and help the people to see better, man. Because again, our people are politically ignorant, and they don't know anything outside of Democrat and Republican, and they think this is all that whatever is presented to us in the form of elections or voting. This is the only choice that we have. This is all that we have that we can do to try to better our conditions. But again, if the people knew better, they would do better. So what you're getting is people who are voting, but they're not informed. You know what I'm saying? So you got these uninformed voters voting, which is dangerous because they have no idea of what's really going on. So, you know, but if you're paying attention, if you're, you know, what we call it woke or conscious, you know, you see better, but we got to help the people see too.
Right.
So we have to be engaging.
Right. And I'm very engaging. I mean, I'm involved. I've been involved in the community for at least a decade, doing work around our unhoused neighbors, doing work around Black issues, doing work around police brutality, doing work behind youth violence, doing work behind all kinds of stuff. I mean, I'm in there.
Yeah. What's your population in Denver, African American population, the percentage?
Man, we so gentrified now. I say it's less. It's about 100,000 of us, maybe less now. And our areas used to
What's
be.
The percentage? What's the percentage ratio to Black to white?
Man, we're like 10% of the population.
No kidding. See, we're like 70-something% here, man. So, but now look, and I think just because of where you are, Denver is more progressive than Birmingham is. Yeah. And so because of where I'm at, people are stuck, man, in the they like mentally they are stuck, man. So it would probably be easier for you to get consent of the people than it would be for me to get the consent of the people, because you got a whole machine here. You got radio DJs. Now all these people are friends and they all know each other. You know, the mayor, the DJs, some of the police, because the mayor gives the radio stations money, but he doesn't give the Black. Now we have a real Black radio station here, but there's no money. But he gives all these commercial radio stations money. So the DJs are in his pocket and they promoting the stupidity. Also, if it's not the music, it's the bogus politics. You know what I mean? So I don't know. I said all that to say something else, but
you're right though.
You're right.
It's hard for us here, and I think, but I also feel like for me, I like a challenge. I think that it's good to shake some shit up, because it's waking people up in their own way, and getting them to think. Also, too, there's times I wish I was in a more predominantly Black area, because I feel like, man, we work really fucking hard here.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys could take Denver. You may be able to take it, you know, within the construct. But you know, stepping outside of the construct, I don't know if you'll ever be able to do that with the percentage of the population.
Yeah, we have to import Black people here.
Right.
I feel like we've seen a lot of Black people lately, though.
Yeah, we have one of the largest Juneteenth celebrations in the nation, and we have Black Arts Festival.
We have a lot of Black events.
We have a lot of Black events. So I don't know if all these people came from across the state or out of state, but our Juneteenths are usually cracking out here.
Who is this sister right here?
She's our House representative.
No, I'm talking about this sister running for mayor, who enters Denver mayoral race as a potential front runner.
That's her. She's our House representative. She's part of that LGBTQ plus or whatever identity.
Man, it's like these people are getting all the positions. Our mayor, this mayor here is a LBGT guy.
Oh Lord.
And he lives with a white guy. His significant other is a white guy.
Oh my God!
I'm not bullshitting, man. Hey, he promotes this stuff to the nth.
The
governors get you.
See what I'm saying, man?
And they just they call it. We just had a moment with this one particular show where we were very avid about. They said we were bigoted because we didn't agree with black men wearing dresses.
Well, that shit ain't natural.
No, it's not.
Not at all.
But we get demonized for saying that.
I don't agree with our children.
They try to demonize you for saying that.
Yeah, they saying we're discriminating. But now listen, now I will say this now, like people have their, I don't know how they can do it, but they do it. I guess they're entitled to their own sexual preference, and I can't now, I'm not gonna attack them. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. Now I don't agree with them because I like the shit is not natural, right. And I'm a principle person.
Right.
And so on principle, I don't think it's right. But now, so I'm not gonna attack you for that. But I have done that in the past. I have attacked these people, but I'm not. I don't think I'll do that anymore, though.
Yeah, we did too.
Yeah, but because these people, some of them could be beneficial, because I've known some who were beneficial to me, who that I got money with. That I'm talking about I really got money with these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And but they knew who the hell I was, and that was clear. You know what I mean? So they wasn't gonna try me or bother me in that manner. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But like I said,
you gotta agree. You just gotta respect their decision.
Yeah.
Like Bob.
Well, I don't respect it. I don't respect it because I think it's wrong, but I'm not gonna blast them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm not gonna beat up on them. You know what I mean? Because a lot of these conditions are created within the social construct. They teaching this shit in school now.
Yeah.
They're doing really nasty teaching.
Just like our ignorant brothers and sisters, we can't beat them up for that ignorance because a lot of times, that's why I say we have to be engaging because a lot of times they haven't been exposed to information.
Right.
Brother, I'm talking too much. Hey, let me go turn my air up. I'm going to sit back and listen for a little while.
Okay. So, the mayor's race is heating up here in Denver, in the Mile High Income City. We have now 12 people running for mayor Denver, including myself. And now the latest is Representative Leslie Herod.
I think that's a plant all the way. Considering that
first Kelly
Jeff Hart show, he was just like she gotta run.
Yeah,
she has to get on.
Yeah,
I'm pretty positive. I mean, did you back here? Did you put some more money behind it? Like, I mean, we kind of already suspected. A fact that I really don't got nothing to say except like, if you think that what you've done for Black people now is enough, I'm still not with it. I don't give a damn if you're a woman. I don't give a damn if you're with that agenda. I just don't like that you stole our talking points too.
Yeah.
And that you think that I wasn't paying attention. Everybody should be lucky I'm sick, dude. And I'm not. I don't have time for it right now. I'm busy doing some like actual work. You know what I mean? So like, it was lucky I was sick because I'd have been on that, man. Like, I'm so sick of that shit. Like, you gotta have your own brain. Like, we don't steal nothing from nobody.
Mm-mm.
Everything is like geniusly created. You know what I mean? And thought of or researched or worded the way we were. But man, y'all be stealing shit. You ain't got no creativity, no
originality,
your own, man. And the fact that you think you can do it, and it's wrong for me to tell you to run my Cash App. You stole my shit,
mm-hmm.
And I don't like it because you're like, why would you leave that position? And if that already pays you so much money,
Right. Why would you leave the state house to go run for a local race?
Right. And then, like, what's the motivation on that? Second, the thing with Terrence Roberts, the fact that he did that in front of you was man, you're lucky I didn't know about that. And then, two, like, dude, like, he didn't know anything about, like, what we was talking about with the charter. And now all of a sudden he knows everything, and all of a sudden he want to talk about black people when he wasn't talking about black people before. And right in front of us, just damn, there's our whole platform, everything. It's like everybody's eating it, and it's like this dude shot somebody.
Yeah.
Like,
in front of kids.
In front of everybody in our own neighborhood. And we gotta forget about that. Whereas
Captain Swan remembers.
Whereas, like, you ain't, like, all you did is good work for the people for as long as I can remember, as long as I've known you. You know what I mean? And this is aside from, like, this last year and a half. You know, I find it incredibly disrespectful and more amusing than anything. The fact that they go out so hard to raise all this money. They go on active campaigns, create whole hashtags, ditches for people, and then the media will write beautiful articles about you. And they can't handle it. You know, and I think that there's something to be said personally about a 2-man crew from the street creating all this fucking pressure and worry for them, because that's a lot of money, Jesse. Like 18 grand so far in the first quarter. like they're serious.
Yeah.
The fear is real. You're welcome.
Yeah, so this is from 9 News, our NBC affiliate.
It is impossible to live in this city for many people and unattainable for a lot of
unattainable.
Families.
That's our words.
That's our words, exactly. See, they're already doing it already. Unhoused neighbors, my terminology. Tangibles, my terminology.
Yep.
It's a long list of stuff I done came out with, and these people is now trying to use it for their political campaigns.
And I'm not minding that certain people are in the race, like for example, like Mr. Tafoya. You know, because he does work for the people. We've seen him do work over the years, like before he even said anything about mayoral shit. He was cleaning up the environment and stuff like that and take care of homeless people. So, you know, I don't hate on him at all. You know, I'm glad that he's in it. This broad though, like,
it's the same broad that met with the seniors and never came back.
You know, it's the Democratic women, man, that on that thing that you put me on.
Carter, Black Women for Political Action.
Oh my God.
How did she what influenced her decision to join the race? Because sometimes, you know, they put people in there split votes.
Oh yeah. That's why she was put in the race, because currently it's me, my arch nemesis Terrence, and another brother by the name of Alex Collins that's running for mayor. That's black. So they threw her in because they're talking about, we need the first female mayor. They tried this in 2019 with Lisa Calderon. That didn't work, so now they're trying to run her.
Well, I think too that I really am starting the conspiracy thought for me is that the Jeff Fard show, really contributes to all the propaganda. And then all of a sudden you see what, so one day he'll say something and the next thing you know, we'll have like a whole bunch of candidates from the government running, like Kelly Bruh.
Yeah, for the Denver Chamber of Commerce.
Yeah, but she caused that all that deficit, millions of dollars in deficits.
Yeah.
And they already make a lot of money. And you got people like Terrence talking about, if I get in, I have 100 positions to appoint, and that's a lot of money. And everybody can get something. Like, you already see where his agenda is. So it's like, I think that it's part of the machine.
And they're all Democrats. I'm the only independent that's in this race.
Our mayor's termed out, so right now it's a big thing to get in. They're saying this is like the most important mayoral race of our lives.
So she left the state house to become the mayor?
So she quit her job?
She had to have quit because she couldn't have filed unless she stepped down from being the representative for HD7, I believe it is.
You can't hold two positions, right?
No. But let's see what this stupid video says. Harriet enters Denver's mayoral race as potential frontrunner. The terminology they use. They don't never say this about me. They don't never say this about Terrence. They don't never say this about Ian. But Kelly Bruh, oh, she's high profile. Debbie Ortega, she just jumped in the race. This lady's been in city politics as long as I've been living, Brother K. For the past 35 years. She's been, city council. She's termed out of city council. She termed out of city council at large. I ran against her in 2019. She got like 90,000 votes. She then jumped in the mayor's race. And now, less than a week later, Leslie Harrod jumps in. And like she was saying, I think Jeff Farr put her up to this because he had her on his show. And I guess she made a big old speech at one of the big churches out here called New Hope Baptist. And at the speech, she didn't say she was running for mayor, but the speech that she gave was like, she's hinting at it, right? So then Jeff has her on, and he asked her directly, are you going to run for mayor? And she says, no. And then Jeff was like, oh, well, she's entertaining it. I think she's like 90-something%.
Yeah, because Hashim went on like a couple of days before or whatever.
Does she have backers, or is she financing her own campaign?
She applied for the Fair Elections Fund. All these people that got money already are applying for the Fair Elections Fund.
Which I think that's really crazy.
That was not the purpose of the Fair Elections Fund.
Right.
The purpose of the Fair Elections Fund was for candidates that normally wouldn't be viable to be viable in these type of elections, especially against an incumbent. But since there's no incumbent, it's a free fall. So by the end of this month, we'll probably have 20 people running for mayor.
It's just like Marcus Giovanni said.
Yeah.
That's why I was like, I don't agree with the Fair Elections Fund. Because what he said, I actually researched it. And I'm thinking, like, man, he might be right. That county clerk.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Clerk Lopez.
Yeah. He's all over that.
Oh, yeah.
His hands are all in it.
Mm-hmm.
So it might not be a fair election like they want you to believe.
Mm-hmm. So I'm going to play this video real quick. They're already giving her all kinds of shine. I think she's already been on like 4 different platforms. And she just filed today.
Damn.
Yeah.
It is impossible to live in this city for many people and unattainable for a lot of families. That's
unattainable,
a problem.
That's
we
my
need
term.
more housing across the spectrum, and we're not doing enough.
You have cities like Minneapolis, states like Oregon and California that have done away with single-family zoning. What do you think of that idea?
That is something that I think we need to talk to more Denverites about. I think doing away with anything completely is probably not the answer.
Issue of rent control came up a lot at the state legislature. Denver would need the state's permission to do more with rent control. Mayor Hancock was opposed to that. Mayor of Denver could be a very vocal presence on the issue of rent control. What do you think?
Yeah, I think rent control is interesting. I think it's become a very divisive phrase or slogan, if you will, like we've seen so many others. But there are things about ensuring that we're stabilizing the cost of housing that actually work and are great ideas. But we want to make sure that we're not doing is incentivizing people to stay in rent controlled housing so that new people can't come in.
How about homeless sweeps? Do you continue that policy?
Yeah, well, I think that the sweeps are an example of failed policy. No one should be living on the streets. That's not dignity. I don't think the people of Denver want folks to live on the streets, but we can't just say you have to go, but we don't have anywhere to take you to, right? We don't have any options for you. And so the issue that I see right now with homelessness is not necessarily just looking at the encampments. It's about Denver's steep trajectory into homelessness. That's the problem. We are seeing people going into homelessness right now at rates that Denver has never seen before.
Harriet made history in 2018 when she was the first openly LGBTQ African-American in the state legislature. And she'd make history again as Denver's first LGBTQ mayor, first woman to ever hold that office. Former chamber president Kelly Brough and longtime city councilwoman Debbie Ortega, the two most prominent names already in the mayor's race, they would obviously also break that barrier. So I think one thing that is going to be front and center in this race is her record on police reform. That's her biggest accomplishment in the state legislature. And she's framing that as a bipartisan accomplishment, which it was. And while she's been highly critical of a lot of police practices, I mean, she straight up called the Aurora Police Department racist, which we should note a court agreed with her on that. She did not say that Denver police were racist when I asked her that. She said there's some individual bad actors on the force, but she's seen some things move in a positive direction. And she's happy to take credit for the STAR program, where they send mental health professionals out.
How's she going to take credit for something she didn't even have nothing to do?
She plans to stay in the state legislature while running, and that could be complicated.
Yeah, because remember, the Denver mayor's race isn't until next spring, and it's going to be coming right at the end of the legislative session. So she has a big role at the state legislature. She told me today she is going to stay in the state legislature while she's running for mayor. And within the last hour, I got some clarity on kind of a tricky situation.
How could she do that?
When that legislative session is going on, she cannot accept donations from anybody who is a lobbyist. She could hypothetically take the money in the mayor bucket at the same time she's legally prohibited from taking it in the campaign bucket. Yeah. Told me this afternoon she will not do that. She'll abide by the same ethical guidelines that stick to her legislative account on the mayoral side.
Well, like you said, 3 really prominent women. Eventually, we'll probably see like 12 to 15 people in this race.
Some man's getting in. Trust me. There's a man with the confidence to say he needs to be mayor. But no, there's 3 very prominent women who want the job. I'll be very serious candidates.
2 months to the midterms. That's a sprint. But 6 months to the mayoral race. So that'll be a bit of a longer run. We'll be following it throughout.
The war is definitely on.
Absolutely. Thanks, Kyle.
Oh my God.
A deputy who works in the.
Lord have mercy.
Whoa, that's a major plot twist, Jesse.
Yeah.
Like, how can she do that? How is that legal?
Right.
And how can we really prove that she didn't do it?
Right.
You can't do that.
Again, that homeless
charter, the municipal code.
She talking about police reform, and see, we're trying to move away from reform movements.
Right. To abolish the motherfuckers.
Yeah, and then homelessness again is a human rights violation.
Yeah.
She's never been
and
outside.
She ain't never done nothing for the unhoused.
And then you got to think with inflation and wages, no one can really afford. Because I know in Denver, like here, one of those houses that they showed there. One of those houses, they're gonna rent for $1,000 and over.
Easily.
So, yeah.
2,000.
You see what I'm saying? So how can a family afford $1,000 or $1,000 rent? You know what I mean?
The average 1-bedroom, Brother K, in Denver is like $1,900 a month.
Oh my God, man.
Like, and where I'm at, I'm in Aurora. I'm in a high crime zone. My apartment right now is a dive, but it's like $1,400 on a voucher.
Man,
We're on, and that's okay. Like, we're on vouchers. And that's what makes this even even like a more special race for me and Jesse.
So again, so what you really have there is failed government.
Yep.
Because they're not representing, if the people are suffering those kind of atrocities like homelessness and stuff like that, and high rent and low wages, it's failed. It's a failed government.
Did you hear that, Brother K?
What's that?
We got gunshots going on.
Oh yeah, I thought I heard.
Where at my house, it's like all day, every day, right? Literally, probably on the next block. But this is where my comfort zone. However, this is where I could use my voucher because like I said, I come off the street. 5 years of being actually unhoused, in the tents, and so I know what a privilege it is to be inside. However, where they put me, they did me a disservice versus a positive. I don't want to see that happen to nobody else, but the rent is extremely high. The voucher pays for it, but at one point they might shut that off. You know what I mean? That the owners don't ever gotta have to accept it. You always have to prepare for that.
Yeah, but look at this terminology they use. She's prominent. What makes her prominent? And they said the same thing about this Kelly Brough chick. What is it, Brough? Kelly Brough. They said, oh, she's high profile. Everybody knows her. Who the heck? Nobody knows these people. But they know me.
Yeah, they do know you. And the fact is that broad never been outside with the people. We're out with the people like every other day. You know, the people know us. They don't know these people that are running. The people fly our flyers. You know what I mean? The homeless people, they fly our flyers. They fly them because I ask them to. Because they know me, they know him. You know, I was out there with them, sleeping next to him on the same sidewalk square for like 5 years. None of these people can even go outside for like 6 hours. They get scared and go in.
So in our city, unhoused people that are felons, and it's another group, can vote.
Yeah.
They can vote.
Yeah.
Felons are felons eligible for housing?
Everybody's eligible for housing.
Yeah, they're eligible for housing.
You know what? In jail though, we got a rule where we can if you're only in there for misdemeanors, you can vote. Mm-hmm. So I hope, you know, they better not ever arrest me. Shit. It's a wrap after that. I'm always been out of jail. I was like, they better never arrest me. We got a strategy. It's just
we gotta register the unhoused.
We got a strategy, and it's slow and steady. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll be beating the streets.
Oh,
if I was working from that perspective, I would be beating the streets if my heart was in that like that, I would be beating the streets every day. I would be engaging and talking to people and shaking hands, and I'd be doing that.
So we
do. Yeah.
So we do.
But
you know what we could do. We had a team here that show a lot of inconsistency. So I chose not to have nobody because they when things were really hard in the very beginning. Everybody kind of just boned out and left him hanging in the wind by himself. And I was like, nah, man, you know, I wouldn't let that happen. So now we're just being particular because this is a long 6 months coming up. And we're very serious about the type of change we want to bring. So you can't just have people that are just fucking around, you know?
Yeah, how can you do that? That don't make no sense that she can that she can stay the legislator at the state house and still run for mayor. That don't make no sense to me.
The fact that she's bold.
A company that came to Colorado drawing big headlines and tens of millions of dollars in tax incentives is now cutting hundreds of jobs. VF Corporation owns North Face, Vans, and some other outdoor
and
brands.
How do they know
promised to create 800 jobs to you in return for tax credits.
How you know
Our
your
Steve
money's
Staker
not
looks at what
from
happens
this
to those
place and that
tax
place.
incentives as hundreds of jobs are cut.
She makes a lot of money as it is. Like, what's her income now?
Shit, she making at least 100,000. She gonna come into this race with at least 100,000. That don't even include what she fundraises.
And you know she getting money because for one thing she's a state representative, so she rubbing shoulders with people with money who's gonna back her, you know. And not only that, she's in this LGBTQ circle, you know. So
that little interview was that was an eye-opening plot twist right there. I didn't know that was coming today. I didn't know she applied today because she was talking about October of jumping in, but remember that Mr. Ford said, "I think if you wait till October, that'd be too late." And look what happened. He's trying to be the little force.
The next day,
she's got some name recognition too, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, this is like she's doing it like I don't really have nothing to say. It's just like, damn, why would you want to leave your position? And what's the motivation? And is it about the money? Is it more money? Is it what are you gonna do? Because she's not gonna punish the police. Denver is very racist.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Especially the police.
Well, she's talking that police reform shit. Ugh. No, we need to abolish the police.
Right. We have a whole different system in play. Thank God, man. We're like.
See now what we're talking about doing in Detroit. Once we take control of the territory and leverage assets. Now, if we decide to have a police force, now we will rehire some of those people back if they're legitimate. You know what I mean?
But the ones that got bad records, they got to go.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know that's on our platform that we're talking about right now. Exactly what you're saying. Right now, like I just gotta publish it, but the website's under construction for like one more day. But that's on our platform. Who we would hire, what kind of brothers and sisters we would hire, and what kind of vigorous training, education, and things like that we would want to put them through to be able to protect and defend all the communities that we have. You know, no matter who they are. We're not like the police. I think the ones that we don't want nobody with those kind of abusive records or warnings, or we don't want a lot of things. But you're exactly right. You're exactly right. And we put that on our platform that I say our meaning is so that people can have an understanding that we want to replace this and put it with the actual system of justice, like Neely Fuller Jr. says.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So this chick is gonna try to raise. She's gonna raise as much money between now and January.
She's set with the money. Any money she get after that, she'll just have in her. She'll just have that sitting in her. What do you call that?
Her pack.
No. In her chest or something like that.
Oh, her coffer.
Yeah, she'll just have that money sitting because she's probably, if she don't have enough money already, it's not going to take her long because of her connections, because of the people she can, hobnob and touch,
And she applied for a fair elections fund.
Yeah, man, that's crazy.
That part I think is that part should.
That's where the city matches whatever donation you get by 900%.
You said you read that fair elections thing, sister, where they how they can get the money. You said you read that, you studied it.
Yeah, because it's.
What are the requirements?
I have to put it up. I have to pull it up and go over there where Jesse City.
Yeah.
I have it on my computer, right? I'm sitting over here using the big computer, and I got it pulled up right now on my it's pulled up, baby. Just pull up.
Just send it to me so I can pull it
Oh
up.
no, you're sitting right there.
What are the requirements to be able to be eligible for the money?
So, if you're running for city council, you got to get 100 donations from Denver voters.
Mm-hmm.
If you're running for mayor, you got to get 250 donations.
So if you get these donations, then you're eligible for that money.
You got to apply. Once you get the donations, you got to apply. The application has to get approved, and then like 10 days after that, they start distributing funds.
But I'm saying, what makes you like, okay, you say that these monies were set aside for people who don't have the resources or not.
That was the original intention of it. When it was passed in, what was that, 2019, 2018, 2019, yeah. The intention of it was for candidates that normally wouldn't be considered viable to be able to run.
She's viable as a state legislator, so how could she should not be eligible for the funding.
Right. And see, Ortega did the same thing. Debbie Ortega, she applied for the Fair Elections Fund. That Kelly Broth chick, she applied for the Fair Elections Fund. All these people that already have big money or access to big money apply for the Fair Elections Fund.
So I'm saying there's nothing. I wouldn't see, because I'm talking like I'm speaking now from within the construct where I shouldn't be. But you can't file like a lawsuit or some kind of injunction to stop her from getting this money to show.
Yeah, we can.
You can actually. It's written in there. If you go on my pull up my picture. My shit on the bottom, Jesse, like roll over my face, like yeah. Now scroll to the next one. It's like a little bit. There's like 3 windows. Go down. Where you just opened it up.
Under Drive.
The next one. Well, you'll see it. It'll be on the left-hand corner. There'll be like Denver city governments, the little pictures.
Do you have any legal advisors?
Yes. Yes, we do.
You do?
Yes, we do. Yeah, we have a lot of friends and family that have good resources.
It is impossible to live in this city for many people and unattainable for a lot of families. That's a problem. We need more housing across the spectrum, and we're not doing enough.
Stop stealing my talking points.
Jesse. Scroll down to where my thing is, or just open up denvercity.gov and go to
I was already gonna do that.
Yeah,
I already had that pulled up. I went into
the municipal thing. It's written in the municipal code, and it's written on the charter. And there's statutes and things like that are already in place. And some of the statutes with the fair elections and the elections have certain codes that say that is kind of illegal.
It is illegal.
So yes, it's I can't see the screen. Just
if they're saying that she's prominent.
Yeah, because she's a legislative person.
Yeah, because she's already in office.
Right.
Well, if she's prominent, I know she's got the resources, or she had, like you say, she's got access, so she shouldn't be eligible for that funding.
No, she shouldn't. But under,
Go to the top where it says municipal. Wait, hold on, let me see. Election rules and Denver ordinances regarding the elections on the far right-hand side in the little gold squares.
Mm-hmm.
It's written in there, and then again on the municipal candidate stuff too. Let me see. Scroll up. I'm looking. Just keeps moving the screen. I would look at the
campaign financing, Rule 3.
adoptions and the wait, go up one where it says not contributions. Up above that though. Slowly, Jesse. You'll be able to read it. It'll say I'll go back to where you are. Well, all this is important. All this is important right there because I've been reading. Just you move too fast.
This don't say nothing about the Fair Elections Fund. I'm trying to.
Well, it's written everywhere. There's like little piece here, a little piece there. You know, it's designed that way. For campaign rules concerning specific transactions with the requester involved. Yeah, there's things we can do. Complaints.
Fair election campaign funding program, 3.9.
Yeah.
Application definition. Yeah.
Where are you seeing this? Is it because? Oh wait, I gotta scroll my seat down.
Qualified contribution receipt.
You have to get a receipt for every donation.
She shouldn't be able to do it.
Fair election campaign fund that contributes up to 50. 50 will be okay, but it doesn't say what makes you eligible. Let's see.
And may file to seek and intend to seek certification with the clerk record at any time after the beginning of the qualifying period. Specification section. Then the candidate must file such intent through the clerk's online reporting database before soliciting or collecting qualified contributions. Any contribution made before the candidate files to stop.
Which one are you trying to read?
I'm reading C.
C.
Okay.
It says seeking certification. Now on E, the recorder that he or she intends to participate in the fair elections for. So they've already probably said that. Seeked it. Certification. Scroll up. I'm on E3 something. Certification right there now. Funding program. Definitions. Addressing verification. Okay, scroll up. Please. Scroll down or whatever. Opposite direction. All right. Complaints. Jesus. All right. Complaints. The clerk and recorder shall review each complaint for completeness. The clerk determines if the complaint is not a resident or that's what happened to us, huh? Jesse. Did the clerk that had to determine that some of our stuff wasn't acceptable?
No, they're saying that it couldn't be matched because they had the same addresses with different apartments.
I don't know if fair is indicative of balance, justice, or equal.
Right.
So if you can get $50, say if you can get $50 from 900 people, then they'll match that $50.
Right.
Okay, but now I don't see how it's fair, balance, and or any justice there. Like I said, fair is indicative of balance, and I don't see no balance there. If they're talking about, if you say the whole premise for this for these funds was to help people who are not quote unquote viable.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't.
Like they messed up with you already.
Yeah.
Because we would have made that fund, right? We would have made it if they didn't disqualify some of the contributions from your donors from because of the building they were in.
Mm-hmm.
Right, we would have made it.
Yeah, but they're saying that.
Yeah, but right there, you just keep scrolling over it. But right there, it said they're like, man, I gotta be in control of this. You keep going too fast.
You just gotta tell me the section.
Oh, you gotta go slow, baby. Go slow. It was on the hold on, I'll stop right there. B, home address. Okay, so whenever absent has the present intention of return, okay, there's people actually living there. Home address means the principal or primary home or place or abode of a person. Principal or primary home or place or abode instead of home or place which a person inhabits is fixed, in which that person, whenever absent, has the present intention of returning. So everybody had that address, but their own apartment, and they didn't accept those donations from that building of elders, right? So they already messed up because we would have made the Fair Elections Fund the first time.
What was the problem with the residents of the elders?
Nothing.
They said it has something to do with the addresses being the same.
They weren't the same. They was the same building, different apartments.
Oh no, I would challenge that.
That's exactly what I said. Because they messed us up. They did it on purpose, and we still haven't gotten right over it because we have to jump through more hoops and loops, I guess.
But they said they told me to keep getting donations.
Right.
And when I go to file on the 30th, because our next filing date's the 30th, check all the boxes.
My shit shut down.
And then
like I said, if I was working from that angle, they'd see me in court on that.
Because I told you there's something wrong with that, and now that we're looking into this, bro, I now know because we would have made it. We would have made it. Then people love you, man. It was like that our whole little area of Park Hill. They love you. They was like, here, just please represent us. You know what I mean? And so the fact that they did that, this is all intentional. Like, you know, that only makes me even more mad to want to go harder on it because that was intentional sabotage to keep us behind. And it makes everybody, that's why everybody's looking at us like, look at it, they can't raise no money. No, we did raise the money. We did. And that they said no to it. And then they said go out and keep doing it and bring back receipts. They wouldn't accept the first set of receipts. You know? So it's like
more hoops and loops to jump through.
Hoops and loops, and then only for people to like all month long we've been hearing hold on a second, let me get down. Let me move the camera so I'm gonna dress. All we've been hearing from the people is that, oh, look at them, they can't raise no money. Look at them, nobody's behind them, nobody is supporting them, and that's a lie. That's been a lie.
Let me ask. Can I ask you a question, brother?
Yes.
Why do you want that position where all them doggone white folks at?
Because we live here.
Because I live here for one, and I wanted to change this damn. I want to repeal this damn urban camping ban. My whole purpose in running was to repeal this urban camping ban. I announced back in 2019 I was going to run for mayor, and that's somebody calling him.
Yeah.
And
peace, Devin. What's going on, brother? Go ahead. Excuse me. I'm gonna turn the mic up, but I can hear you though.
Okay, so this is a mayoral strong city, so the mayor has all the say on what goes on in the city. So there's a lot of power in that position. And you can make a lot of things happen at the local level in that position. So when I ran in 2019, I ran for city council at large, which is another citywide seat. And that's actually a step beneath the mayor. So I basically was like, well, this time around, I'm going to run for mayor. Now, there was only like 3 people that had filed before me. Nobody was even thinking about running for mayor. As soon as I filed to run for mayor, though, all these people jumped in the race. and now we got 12 people running. But my purpose was to help the people, and how the charter's set up, how the laws are set up in the city. The mayor has all the power, the veto power, the control over the city council. City council can come up with whatever they want to come up with, but the mayor can veto it. So
yeah, we were watching them make significant errors that have caused people a lot of suffrage over the last 2 years, and so it was only the right thing to do. He's been saying every Monday when we go to city council, well, even before me and him were a factor, he was doing it. But the last year and a half, with my own eyes, he was saying that he was going to be the next mayor, and there was the typical, when he filed, nobody nobody acknowledged it on purpose, and that was in your own community. When you serve your own community, and your own community is following some other person, because that's the voice of that community at that moment. It was kind of disheartening, and we just been pushing forward. And right now, like, I'm not discouraged. Actually, I'm not discouraged at all, and I don't think you should be either, babe. In fact, there's a lot of wrong happening here on purpose. Discouraged.
You should probably, if you're gonna work from that angle, man, from within the construct, to take a seat like that, you should reach out to Chairman O'Malley,
yes,
and get his endorsement and see how he can help you, because he helped my candidate when I put her up, but she wasn't ready at all, because she wasn't where you are mentally. She didn't have the knowledge that you have. You know what I mean? As far as the situation with the Africans and the Europeans, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I would reach out to him for his endorsement. But then again, his endorsement may be a bad thing for you in that all white city like that. You know what I mean? But I got to kick it with this brother. This is one of the human rights policies officers calling me, man. I'm going to kick it with the brother for a minute, man. Y'all got me out here till 12 o'clock at night.
Yeah.
Brother, hey, keep in touch with me, Paris.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir,
Thank you
brother.
for coming on, Brother K.
Yes, sir. Appreciate y'all. Pieces.
Peace. Thank you.
All right, y'all.
Have a good night.
Good night, brother.
Man, because I was major plot twist. Like, I'm not discouraged. In fact, can everybody see me now?
Yeah, they can see you.
Somebody really sick, family. Super sick. As long as I'm breathing, they're not gonna knock us off our square. I'm not discouraged at all. In fact, now know that they were have to follow the right channels, because that was highly sabotagey. That's not a real word. That was a sabotage, because we would have made that first time. We would have made it, and it wouldn't been so what it looks like now. That was fucked up. So, and I'm just gonna shout out Marcus Giovanni right there. Shout out to Marcus Giovanni, another candidate running for mayor. Shout out to him, because he showed us about the error in the certain things with this fair elections fund, and the crowd pack, and what was intentionally messing up Mayor Paris's flow. And it's just so you guys know, Democratic shields, you're not fucking up shit. In fact, it's gonna get worse. It's gonna get hotter and hotter and hotter, and prepare yourself to do your pretty little dance. Prepare yourself. We're not doing it. We're not doing it. We won't do it.
Pretty little duck dance.
Do your pretty little white duck dance, man. Keep pandering yourself, little hoes, you got little hoes. Like,
oh
yeah,
God.
like for real, like this is like what Pippin was like, like whoever's in control of you.
Mm-hmm.
They did some major pandering, So you're doing a little pandering dance, little dance of demonic fucking evil. Go ahead, it's all good. We ain't tripping. And we're not gonna get discouraged. I was like, that's a major plot twist. But you know what? Like Jesse has something y'all don't have. So you have to just you have to live in fear for the next 6 months.
Yep.
Of what is going to happen next.
Right.
And what's gonna happen next is not gonna be so much transparent as
so you know what's gonna happen next.
No, I know.
They're gonna say next. They're gonna say, well, since it's 4 black people running for mayor, y'all all need to just rally under one person.
No, fuck you and fuck them. No, they're not in alignment with us.
Mm-mm.
And they're not. They're not black.
But then they're gonna say, well,
I don't care how black
it's
they
gonna
think they are.
split the black vote.
No. Then how's that? The black vote is already divided. It's not. It's not like us. When I say us, I mean they're not on the B1 FBA movement. They're not on black empowerment, black liberation, black nationalism, black anything biggity black biggity black.
They're on the rope. They're on the rot.
We're on the. Our skin is melanated.
But mentally, words, like the brother said, mentally,
our words
they're
are
not there.
Very Caucasoid-like, you know what I mean? And that's a fact. And then not only that, we're on other agendas and we're on inclusivities and we need to do for everybody. I also want to point this out, people. Let me point this out. What is doing for everybody really done for anybody? You know what I mean? Like, really, what has doing for everybody done for anybody?
It hasn't done nothing for black
everybody
people.
Is in their own. I mean, you're looking at candidates right now that are running, and this is no
Democrats.
This is no. This is no shade. There's no animosity. Like, well, I'm just gonna use it as an example. You have candidates running like Mr. Tafoya, right? And Mr. Tafoya, he has his agenda, that what he believes in, what he's running on, right? But he also has his majority particularly for his people.
Yeah.
Right? Period. His people. And we're not saying, there's nobody saying that he can't do it.
Yeah.
There's nobody saying he can't have a Hispanic or indigenous, Native American, whatever you want to call it, platform.
Nope.
Nobody's saying anything like that. I'm not putting the man on blast. I'm not throwing any kind of shade or anything in that man's direction, at all. That's not what I'm saying.
No, we got love for Ian.
We got love for Ian. Like, we knew Ian when Ian was taking care of the people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So we seen him out there in fucking shorts and t-shirt cleaning out fucking ponds and
right. We've seen Ian actually doing the work.
We've seen Ian do the work. We seen Brian Lomo do the work. We ain't never seen nobody else outside. Terrence, doing other shit.
Leslie,
what are you talking about, cuz?
Ortega,
you ain't doing nothing. Okay?
Kelly, bro.
We ain't seen you out there feeding nobody. We ain't seen you do nothing. We ain't seen you pick up that one piece of trash, cuz. I don't even want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Don't even tell me, because I know I was outside for 5 years. So best believe I done seen all of these people try to talk about they running, and the only person I remember seeing outside taking care of homeless people who's running right now is Jesse, Ian, and I see Brian Lomo.
Well, Brian Lomo's not running.
Brian Lomo's not running, but Brian Lomo's out there. So we can't dismiss him. We see him all the time.
Yeah.
So
Mr. Cut the Plastic.
Yeah, Mr. Cut the Plastic. So we've seen them, and some other people that are in different levels of doing different things. We've seen them doing the work. But everybody else, nah, y'all know how I feel about
Johnny
it.
and Jane come lately.
You're doing this for a reason. I hope it's worth it, but man, it's just like, like something gotta, when you fuck around with competitive individuals, we're gonna give it to you. Like, you gonna get this
you're gonna get this work. Especially in the debates. I can't wait for the debates.
Shout out to Vicky Dillard.
Yes, talk black to me.
Talk black to me. Shout out to Vicky Dillard. And you're gonna get this everlasting work.
So damn, Lady Che, we're coming up on 4 hours. And we got 2 more topics to get to.
Oh man, yeah.
And that is the Unhoused Neighbor News and the Unhoused Neighbor Sweeps.
Yeah.
So I got the Quality In article pulled up already.
Yeah. Speaking of though, speaking of the homeless guy. Oh my God.
So the sweeps continue. I've lost count how many sweeps there's been this year alone.
He gave us a real answer. I think we'll ask Candy, because Candy's out there doing the work.
I would say at least 140 at this point.
Yeah.
At least 140 sweeps have occurred in the past year. That was double if not triple all the sweeps that were last year. And they don't seem to be stopping anytime soon. So Lady Che's gonna give y'all an update. Quality In is closing down, or they're kicking everybody out.
They did kick them out, and there's 180 people that have nowhere to go. Not only to do the article, but they have nowhere to go. And prepare yourselves, Denver City Council, because you're gonna hear this. You're gonna hear about it. Those COVID action hotels, y'all should have done better. You have Colorado Coalition for the Homeless constantly going up there and asking for money to extend certain programs, et cetera. This stay-in shit, man, with the stay-in has been going on for like 2 years and nothing's happened. There has been plenty of hotels. Why haven't you activated certain? Why have y'all activated certain hotels that are ready to take these people? Why did you close down, or why did you allow the 48 to close, or the shelter, men's shelter? You put like 170 men back out on the street. Like, what is wrong with you? And why is it okay to steal from the people and not house them? And then you want to act like you're doing something. That's why everybody's getting swept. Mm-hmm. It is political musical chairs. We said this, we said it. We said that politics is about to get real cold. It's gonna get real hot. Everybody's jumping in right now to this little race, and they want to put topics of concern, which never concerned you people, you new candidates, never concerned you before, about homelessness and the people out in the street. All of a sudden, that's your point of care, because you wanna go ahead and take Team Paris hard street efforts and work efforts and words, and go ahead and use them to highlight and benefit and uplift and elevate your bullshit. In reality, if you ain't done nothing while you've been in government for these people, what makes you think you're gonna do it now?
Right.
And we actually have been doing work. If it wasn't for Jesse, so I will give you a real example. I'm living proof, living example of Jesse doing for the homeless, giving them a new life, putting them on the right path. I'm the example, the first example. So there's like a few of us. So I'm the first example of what it is like to follow the man and his structurized plan for my life, from being a degenerate to a person doing work of service for the community freely because I want to, and because it feels a lot different than doing the bad stuff that I used to do and living the life that I used to live. And regardless of how rough you think I am, you can't really change that part. And it's probably for the good, you know. But I'm a living example here just of what it's like to follow somebody's structurized plan to get me off of the street and keep me off the street, to get me off of my vices that I picked up in the street, to clean my life up in a structurized plan, to give me the health care I needed, to keep me out of trouble, to put myself in busy work that isn't what I want to say, to not live a life of degeneracy or crime filled or whatever I was living before. You know, a life where I just kind of gave up, to move forward, to create goals, to educate myself, to want to have something more, you know. And when I go outside, it's like each one teach three, you know. When I go outside and I'm talking to my cousins and shit that are out there, I'm showing them an example of what it's like to clean your life up, to be in a place to live. I've had this apartment for a year and some change. I had another apartment for almost 9 months, and I lived in a really horrible situation. That if he and that one broad I don't care for, you know what I mean, didn't advocate for me at that time, I would have never got into the fusion. You know, I went from the COVID action hotels from one after another. But if it wasn't for them at that time,
you would have never gotten a permanent supportive housing.
That's the only real credit I give that broad. If it wasn't for her and him at the time helping me get into the Fusion Studios because they didn't accept no, I wouldn't have made it that far. And after that, you know, it was a lot of advocating and fighting the system, and Jesse standing up for me when a certain person in our community, some certain hybrid fucking black person, a real hybrid yellow black person is known in the community, did something very foul and put
Marcus
my business
Weaver,
out there. My business out there,
Mr. People's Pickles,
violated my HIPAA rights, things like that. You know, I had to come out of that, and continuously stay on this path that Mr. Paris had created for me, because I didn't, you know, y'all know I've kept it very, very honest. I've been outside of a gang member and on the street my whole life, and it took a long time to find stuff to do and to change and to utilize, I guess, the voice I have to do good instead of bad. Which everybody thinks is a lot, but you need this. You really don't understand how much you need a person like me to help create some real good change, because I see things from the bottom, from what the people need, and I'm the people. Like when the Message to the Mayor came out, how angry I was about. I'm the people, and I'm the people. When I say I'm the people that need everything. And I see how government has shit on us, and they step on us, and they steal from us. They're stealing the people's money, keeping it for themselves. Look how good they look. They look all real good, real pretty. They say pretty little words, and they talk real nice, and they can utilize their affluent privileges. You know, affluent privileges like that, it's still in my mind like white privilege.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and they're doing it, and that's great. You know, everybody got to run their race. I like the fact that what me and Mr. Paris are doing and what he has in mind for the city, it's different, and different isn't necessarily bad. What I find bad is that these people that are coming from one political office to jump in a race, that really, you know, who cares if they win? They didn't do shit for us while they were in their particular seat.
Right.
You know what I mean? And they're not gonna do anything for us when they become the mayor. And just like we talk bad about Mayor Hancock, it'll be the same shit. Like, let's say hypothetically, Miss Harriet gets in there. Oh man, she gonna be a horrible mayor. It's gonna be horrible shit talking. No, look at Mayor Harriet got us still homeless and destitute, and she said she was gonna do what, and she didn't. Or you know, Mayor Ortega whoop the wham, and she didn't. And or Mayor this or Mayor that. And in reality, we already know. The people know. The people who are out in the world, they know already what's gonna happen. And I find it's just more of a little plot twist to encourage us to go harder and to work in every speed block, every speed bump and pothole and boulder and denial you throw in front is only gonna make us go harder and prove that when we did it, we're gonna get on the ballot. Mr. Paris is gonna get on the ballot. Mr. Paris is gonna make it to the debates. And Mr. Paris is gonna make you work harder, and you won't be able to have to stand on your privilege. You're gonna have to work in this campaign and continuously to talk about this fair elections fund, which isn't really, you just seen it, family, not really a fair election.
Nope.
It's designed to like just basically just sabotage the people that it was intended to fucking help.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Like, I can't really speak on anybody else that, you know, is qualified or able to use it. Like, I can't speak on them. You know what I mean? Like, look, Mr. Roberts, he qualified. Yeah, he would be considered a person that wouldn't have been able to do it. You know, so yeah, he got on there. Okay, kudos.
But then you got cats like you got cats like Travis Leaker.
Yeah, whoever that is. Yeah. If you like, I was looking at it today or yesterday. You know what I mean? And some people, they haven't filed yet. They haven't put their filings in yet. But and I don't know, is there a reason for that or not? But there's no money raised against them yet. There's no nothing in there. It's just empty, you know. And I kind of wonder about that. But with you, it's a clear fucking present, clear and present fucking show proof that they don't want you to win at all.
No.
It's like Mayor Hancock said, he must be stopped. And then shake your hand when he sees you.
Yeah.
We can't be divided by people who want to divide us by race first. You might as well just say, we must stop that pro-black man. We must stop that pro-black man and that loud-ass homeless girl. We must stop them at all costs. We're going to make it so difficult. We're going to deny them at every fucking avenue. Go ahead, man. Go ahead. Truth be told, you know, God's watching. And what you do in the dark always comes to light. So we believe this real strongly that you keep doing it, but it's going to be getting called out. Just like we're calling out government.
Yeah.
calling out people stealing from we call it white supremacy, period. Woo! That was a nice breeze though.
Yeah, it was.
Calling out people, government, calling out everything. So you just be prepared, family. Especially you all agenda having asses. Be prepared. I'll give you this work. And just because you talking that shit does not mean that you're not paying into white supremacy. So we see you. We see you.
We see you, pretty.
Welcome to the motherfucking race, pretty little white ducks.
So we're gonna get to this article real quick.
Welcome to the race. What I said the other day, the water is warm, lukewarm. Like vomit.
Yeah.
Jump on in.
So as we stated, the residents of Denver Protective Action Hotel might have to move sooner than expected. It's from 9 News, our NBC affiliate out of Denver, Colorado. The Quality Inn is closed on September 16th.
Oh, they gave it to the 16th, huh?
Yeah, but some residents received notices to move out next week.
Play the video.
Anybody can be in this situation. Anybody, any one of us. Some of us are stuck, waiting for a door to open. It just takes one catastrophe and anybody can be homeless in this economy. 153 people living at the Quality Inn near Spear and Zuni thought they had more time. Yeah, you got that right. That's true. It's 100% true. Scott Keeney is one of them. Lost my house, pandemic hit, lost my job, everything at once. He took a free room at this protective action site that Denver opened during the pandemic to shelter those most vulnerable to COVID-19. Without it, I would probably be in a homeless shelter. It's been amazing for us up until this point. The city plans to close the hotel before federal funding runs out. I'm still super upset. I'm still angry. The first notice sent last month said residents had to leave by September 16th. Absolutely. And then the second notice came and instead of making us move to September 16th, people have to start moving on September 6th, September 7th, September 8th, September 9th, September 10th. They're not even giving the people till September 16th. Moving out in phases lessens the impact to people living at the hotel and the shelters, the city says. If I had to go to this homeless shelter, I would probably be dead in 2 months. I wouldn't be able to take it. I mean, there's no way. No way, but no other choice, it seems, until another door opens. That's like an automatic guaranteed sleep for me tonight. A notice with good news. I'm going to be moving in my own place. I just found out. Scott has a voucher to move into an apartment. September 15th. His wait is nearly over, but he knows many are still stuck. I'm happy and I'm guilty, I'm happy and I feel guilty. Noel Brennan, 9 News.
Residents at Quality Inn had a chance to meet with the city and the Colorado Coalition for the Homeless this morning to learn about their options. The city says there's enough shelter space, but not everybody is guaranteed housing. Next up.
That's a damn lie.
Bullshit, man.
There's not enough shelter space, and definitely everybody's not going to get housed.
This is intentional, man, and you gotta stop that. That's what I feel like. Y'all don't want us to stop it. It's too bad.
Yeah.
Too fucking bad. Like I didn't want to be homeless, man. I should have never been homeless. Never, ever in my whole goddamn life should I have ever had to go out in the street. Never, 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 never. But circumstances made it that way, and I found it very difficult to what I thought was going to be like, what I thought when I first went out was going to be 2 weeks, maybe. And I thought that I was going to be able to get the help I needed. I ended up being there outside on a damn sidewalk in the Triangle for 5 fucking years. 5 years, family. Could you imagine? 5 fucking years in a wheelchair with a fucked up heart. 5 years and not have the skill sets at that time to take care of myself and all the things I went through. The police crushed my power chair. That's one. That's off top. How many fucking violations and motherfuckers raped me and they did bad things to me. I lost a baby, the rescue mission. Like, come on, man. Like, I didn't think I was ever going to be homeless. Ever in my life. I didn't ever think I was going to be homeless like that. I thought maybe I'd couch surf a little bit here and there. I might have went to a ladies' shelter here and there. You know what I mean? Whatever my little circumstances had to be, but to live on the fucking street, I would have never thought. I would have never fucking thought. But and that made me harder than ever because now I know what it takes. Now I know what it means. Now I know why I had to go through it. What kind of asset I am to the world. Because I went through it in the situation, in the state of physical care that I needed that I couldn't get, and that I wound up like what we talk about all the time. I wound up with a vice. I wound up with a situation that I needed help getting out of. I wound up not being able to. I gave up within year 3. I gave up. And I figured there was a rule on the street that if you were outside for 5 years, you were never getting out. You were going to be out there. And I was like, please, God. Year 5 came and winter, and I was like, oh my God. And then the pandemic actually started to hit. I went into a hotel 2 weeks before COVID had actually hit.
Yeah.
And I was blessed because that I had a bad heart enough to get me into a hotel room. And I had 2 vouchers. I just didn't. I was one of the people that thought that, man, I spent my whole goddamn life. Nobody gave me shit, let alone a free anything. So I said, that's only happens to white people. They don't give motherfuckers like us free anything.
Mm-hmm.
Especially a person like me who is in and out the hospital or in and out of jail. They don't give me nothing. They don't talk to me. White people don't talk to me. They don't address me. They don't look at me. And it's still kind of that way now. And as much as I try to be of assistance, right now, I feel like a little bit of it could be tokenized, and I have to look past that because if you know me personally, you know that you can't own me, you can't boss me around, you can't maneuver me, you can't puppet me, I won't jump when you tell me to. I don't obey white people. I don't speak to them. I don't do what they want. And they're the ones that are always trying to do something terrible to me at the end of the day. And the trust levels are low. And if it wasn't so sick, I would have never believed that I would have still been out there. And now that I've had my apartment this long, it's a privilege, but at the same time, I now know that people can clean up. I know that, and I tell them that we ain't gotta live like this, man. You ain't gotta be addicted to all those pollutants out there. You don't have to treat your body like that. You don't have to be crazy. You don't have to be living in fear. You don't have to be on edge. You don't have to be feral. I mean, it took a long time I was still have trouble adjusting to being inside. I still get cooped up. I still want to run away and go outside to the sidewalk and streets. Why? Because I'm still adjusting to this new structure, this new path I'm on. I'm still adjusting to it. And people think that it's so easy. It isn't easy. It's a level of programming, and we're having a hard time. Now that they got, our people out there in the street, they don't even know what's happening. Like, you're getting educated.
Right.
They don't know, none of this shit is happening on the backside. All they know is the police are sweating them. They got to keep moving, and nobody is with them. Mm-hmm. And nobody's doing the work to save them.
Except us.
Oh, yeah. And all you motherfuckers don't think you're going to come outside and decide you want to do something.
I want to issue a challenge to all of them just running. everybody that's running for mayor, I want to issue a challenge to you. I want you to go out and sleep, camp with the unhoused neighbors for a week.
A whole week with nothing, like we did. Like especially like I did. I went out the first night. All I had was, I thought I was gonna be out there for 2 weeks. I was selling drugs. I was selling drugs when I first went out. But that's not the point. I went out there with a little bag of clothes, my computer that I needed, and my little documents. And I think I had $35 in my pocket. And when I got out there, you remember when Q was out there selling sodas and cigarettes and shit?
Mm-hmm.
I managed to keep myself on a $5 a day budget, buy cigarettes and sodas all day long while I sat outside the Samaritan house. And I went in, and the first time I went into the Samaritan house, the first night, they stole my bag. When I went to the bathroom, I had to go fucking retrieve it. And, bitch got hands in the parking lot before she got on the bus. I had to do that. Then I got kicked out. I'm banned from every shelter.
DNR'd.
Because I was disabled, and old women like to pick on me and move me around. And the moment you get loud, when an old ass wench, old ass bride, like old ass white woman, man, that's the first thing that happens. They boot you out, and the more it happens, the more they threw me out, and they DNR'd me in the middle of a blizzard. And how many times, like, remember how many times I tell you that I was out in the blizzard, the fire chick died, I'd be in dresses and no shoes.
Yeah.
And be out there in a blizzard with no fucking shoes on, and have to walk in snow to the rescue mission so that they can help me. And they didn't want to help me because I was a girl, and girls go to the Samaritan house, but the Samaritan house won't let me in the building. And I've caught frostbite that I cured in there. You know what I mean? They banned me. They banned me. And there was nowhere for me to go. So I lived on the street, lived there. Made lean-tos, I jacked tents, I did whatever I had to do to survive. And it's not fair. It's a lonely, cold place of fucking misery. And you guys think that they really like it. They don't.
No.
And they're just stuck, and they're giving up.
Yep.
They're giving up, and you can't blame them. You need to blame yourselves.
Right.
As far as government's concerned. You need to blame yourselves and blame people that don't want to see them. Blame people like that, because that's causing a lot of friction.
Not in my backyard.
That's causing a lot of friction. Because nobody comes and drops food off like they used to. No one brings water.
They stopped doing all that after the George Floyd protest.
Check it out. There's people laying on the street in the sun. It's been like 98, 99 degrees. I was just outside.
100 degrees, yeah.
I was just outside, like, Monday? I was over there.
Mm-hmm.
Laying in the street, just baking away. Girls, women. I don't say girls, women. Just laid out on the street like this. Just barely clothes on. Just baking in the sun. You know what I mean? Baking in the sun. I'm in my corn dog color right now. But baking in the sun, you know what I mean? And they're just giving up. That's when you know. That's when you know, when you see people like that they don't care whether they live or die. They have lost hope. They have lost hope, where they just sit there on the sidewalk. They probably sat there or messing around in their bag or something. Just said, fuck it, I'm tired. I've been walking. I can't rest nowhere. I just sit here, fuck it, and then they lay down and just quit until it gets cold or cooler. You know what I mean? There's no water in the park. There's no way they can go in and use anything. It's like 1 or 2 day facilities, and even then they're at risk.
Francis.
Yeah, they're at risk for fighting or arguing.
Gather in place.
They're at risk. they're at risk for all kinds of things because when you're outside in the street, you don't answer to nobody.
Nope.
You're out there living. You're out there living for yourself. So when you go into the shelter, you have to abide by the rules,
or you got to get out.
And then you got to deal with other people that are living like you do, and they come in there and shower, whatever they got to do, and they're in there messing with you, and you can't. You're out there. You're in a whole different type of mode. Everything is about defending yourself, protecting your assets, whatever that may be, keeping your dignity.
Right.
You know what I mean? Because once you look like you could be taken advantage of, then you're prime picking for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what people don't understand. They don't understand. They don't see it. That everybody's out there living like they have to protect themselves. They have to defend themselves. Women, and I know for a fact, honestly, person got raped twice in the street, being disabled. Had to fight and do the most to survive it. we are at the mercy of the environment we're in, which is the streets.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and it's not safe all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And you eventually turn out like this. I should have never had to go out there. I was moderately tough, but not like I am now. You know, what happened to me in the street over the last 5 years, I now in my mind nothing can happen to me because I would never allow it. I would never place myself in that situation ever again. Or I could see it coming a mile away. I'm ready. Everybody can get these hands if they really want it. Like, I will protect myself at any cost. That is a fucking goddamn shame that I gotta think like that now, and I can't be a regular person. It's gonna take another couple years to get that out of my system. You know what I mean? And that's the reality. We got people coming off the street. That man is lucky in the news right there. He's been indoors. You could tell he went from losing his shit to going inside somewhere.
Right.
So he didn't really experience the outdoors and the shelter situations.
And he's white.
And yeah, he's white or whatever. You know, he got a little bit of advantage versus people just like me. Like, I thought I was gonna be out there. I swear to God, I thought I was gonna be out there 2 weeks. 2 whole weeks. I thought that was gonna be it, and everything was gonna be cool because I had been homeless here. I just came back from LA, and I was having a lot more problems getting acclimated in the systems, the sheltering systems in LA. I had to come home. I was like, at least I know what Denver offers. At least I know I can get to the resources. At least I know where everything is. I'm not subjected to taking one bus and just going miles away and be at the shelter that don't let nobody in till like 7, but you got to be out there at 3 p.m. in line waiting to get into a shelter.
Mm-hmm.
And that means you can't get out of line. You can't go find no food. You can't.
Nope.
It's a tent city. You know what I mean? It's just like right there where I could go, right there to fucking Skid Row.
Yeah.
You know, like that. Eventually, that's where I would have ended up in. You know, and I said, well, I could just go home. I could just go home to Denver. I could just go to the shelter. I thought I was just gonna go to the shelter, be in the Samaritan house for like 2 weeks, and I would have hustled enough, and I would have been back in to an apartment, or I was renting motel rooms, whatever I had to do. You know, I just thought it was gonna be 2 weeks. No, 2 weeks turned into 5 endless years. That's terrible. And everybody we know, like out there, has been out there for that or longer. So easily. So we encourage you, new candidates, to get out there. Like, if you don't think that we do it, you'd be surprised how much I'm out there overnight, all night, or I move around at night all the time, or what I do to look out for our people, you would be really surprised. You really knew. So I don't think none of you can hang without your privileges and your comforts and your thought process, and let alone, I know my people. They can sense off brand a mile away. They gonna give you a hard time. Not just gonna welcome you there. You're not one of us, so, and that's how they would talk to you. You're not one of us. Y'all too soft to go outside. And the challenge is it's not like me and Jesse can't go do it right now.
Right.
And be out there for a whole week. At all. Or 2, 3. At all. You know what I mean? That's a very, very easy reality to have for us, because we're with the people. The people. You know what I mean? When you're with the people and for the people and the people. Being outside overnight in the encampments with your family is not a stretch at all.
Right.
Would be for y'all though.
It would definitely be for y'all.
Y'all wouldn't be able to find a bathroom. That would be like the worst shit. The bathroom and your dirty little hands. Oh, look at this there and their dirty little hands. Could you imagine? Hair all matted. Can you imagine? You imagine how the heat and everything would affect her. It is not nice. And trust me, it's not nice. Or Mr. Roberts, thinks he could just be outside, right? You just think you could just be outside, especially outside, right? You can't. You already know about certain parts of the park. You don't go into.
Now all of a sudden he popping up.
Yeah, not in that area though.
No, he popped up at Skyland.
It's not over there by the Holly though.
It's close enough.
Whatever. Let's see.
Right across the street.
Yeah, we'll see though. Like, you get a little comfort, or maybe them ops are getting a little lax and they weren't paying attention. I don't know. Somebody should talk about that though.
He's been popping up at the senior homes.
Yeah, senior homes. You like how you follow in the Paris trend, Mr. Roberts?
Right.
Is there like you realize that like you just follow in the Paris trend, right? That's what he's been doing for like God knows how long, like years and years and years. The seniors. So like
6 years.
Yeah, you just follow the Paris trend. I'm glad you should be so thankful, Jesse, that you're such an innovator.
Right.
Yeah. They gotta
it's still an unhoused. They using unhoused neighbors.
Yeah, they
don't even know why we call
all the work that you've been
the
doing.
homeless unhoused neighbors.
You gonna copycat so ingenuity, you genius, and do anything yourself. Oh man, that's so weak.
But since they got the money backing them.
Yeah. Can you imagine, like, you're just such a fucking transcending little leader that that they gotta follow you.
I follow everything I do, but Ramel was not lying. Shout out to Ramel.
Oh man, don't let Ramel get a hold of it and call in one day. Ramel tell you, Mr. Roberts, what it really is, and you'll have to be reminded of what you didn't create. What you didn't create, what you stole, and what you continue to steal. You know what that happened? I go, oh my God, that'd be like my birthday. Be like a present for my birthday.
Front Line started here.
Yep.
Anything Front Line started here.
Yeah, he does it right in front of our face. They're like, that day did. Oh my God, the audacity. And he said we troll him.
Yeah. No, we don't troll you. We just disagree with you.
Who's trolling who? Because you don't got shit to steal, Terrence.
Right.
And even when I checked you the other day in the task force meeting, you still did it. You're bossy, because yeah, they said, I don't know, man. I don't know. Ballsy, real ballsy. I had never seen a slob be though ballsy. Never in my life.
You can get the name showbiz for no reason.
You ain't never, I've never seen.
Me and him used to be cool. I wouldn't say we were like this, but we were cool.
Yeah, I never seen no slog hit like that, like this. So ballsy to do that, like. Yeah, I'm saying it. Like, you don't have to be mad at anybody, Terrence. I'll leave it open opportunity for you to come talk about it with me, because you won't run me my money, because you won't run me my money. I feel like anybody who steals anybody's shit, which is intellectual property, you should pay for that. You should pay for that. You should at least pay and apologize and admit, you know what I mean, that you did it and that you're wrong for it. That includes you too, Miss Harris.
And Ortega, who likes to talk out. That's what I should have said on Jeff's show. She liked to talk out because he asked me about council and what I thought of Ortega since she's been on council. And she talk out east side of her neck.
She's not. Look, like nobody ever says it's not wrong. They never tell y'all that you can't take care of your people.
Right.
They never say that. They say it to us, and we're not having it.
It's not.
We're gonna continue to say what we say, but I'm just like, God, man, like, they're right when they say life isn't fair. Life isn't fair. You say, I want to say it's not fair. It's not fair that they get away with it, and that life isn't fair, and it's just more of a competitive challenge.
Yeah.
And game on.
Yeah.
The war is inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
As far as like, you know, the mayoral race, that's what I'm saying. So, saying that it's on now. Not because it's just because that shit was wrong with the fair elections. I think it's not really fair, but you know, shout out again to Marcus Giovanni, man. Shout out to Marcus Giovanni, because that dude right there is on point. And I said that for a joke that I liked it. I liked it. I like what he had to say about certain things. And he's on point. And he's calling. He said that, and man, just reading over that, Jesse, that's major sabotage for us. Yeah, they think you got bested us. Yeah, they're like, you motherfuckers, you can't raise no money and you ain't gonna make the. We would have been had that. We would have been had that fair elections for, and it's okay. It's all right. It's all right. No worries. Would have been at it, you know, Jesse. Did you think? I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty fucking positive. And they made, you know what I mean? Like, it's okay.
And I was at all those events that you did, Terrence.
Yeah, Terrence, you were talking with the whites. And
except Cinco de Mayo, I didn't make Cinco de Mayo, but everything after that.
Yeah, we didn't go to Cinco de Mayo. But we didn't go to Cinco de Mayo for a reason. Remember?
But prior to that, I've been at Cinco de Mayo every goddamn year.
Yeah, we didn't go though. I don't know. I don't remember why we didn't go. Oh, I remember now. That was because I was sick. Yeah. Okay, well, either way. So what? Either way. Either way. It's not a big deal. I'm not worried. Are you worried? I'm not worried.
I'm not worried.
Say,
game on.
Yes,
I can't wait for the debates.
Yes.
They're going to try their hardest to box me out the debates because they don't want to debate with me.
Right. And then,
I'm going to shut it all down.
You know what it is about the debates? They're gonna go on the what we don't agree with, and the fact that, you know, like I would look at Brother Jeff's show as the fucking debates. Like, you know, you guys be bringing you come with the hard stuff yet. Like, that was easy when he tripled down on y'all, like triple down on you about this.
LGBT,
the agenda, whatever.
Alphabet, mafia agenda.
When he tripled down on you guys, he was like, he thought that was gonna be the hard stuff. You know, like, what's funny is that he gets like they don't understand. We factored it in already. Like, we factored in all the opposition. We factored in all the negatives. We factored in all the pushback. Factored in who wasn't gonna support or vote. We created whatever we created, It's not like you know. Who said you need a big team right now? Anyway, like that. Like I said, I just gotta laugh right now because, man, the plot thickens. This is gonna get weirder and worse and hotter
and more people
and I
gonna
think
jump
they're gonna
in.
jump. Yeah, more people will jump in, and I think
We at 12 right now. 12.
I think the big names too. Like
2 days ago,
it
it was at 10.
Yeah, I think the big names, maybe 2 or 3, will jump out.
We would hope.
No, they will, because they will. You just don't know it yet. They will, because it'll come to something like that. So I hope you philanthropists that are putting these people out. I hope you in it for the whole run. And I hope whatever they got to give you back is they're able to commit to that. The pretty little duck dance. Pretty little duck dance got promises with it. It's like, shake your ass and promise something.
Go work the room.
Yeah, go work the room. Yeah, go work that room, man. You little duck. Go ahead. Just go out there. Sell yourself.
Well, thank y'all all for tuning in on this Thursday night special edition of Front Line Blacc News. We'll be back next Saturday with a brand new episode of Front Line Blacc News. So in the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to the Front Line Double C Blacc News.
This, it's just for this family. Don't believe the hype. They act like we spell black like that all the time. It's only when we're doing certain our little podcast. There's just little stupid things that we like to do for our own music.
Well, they're gonna go back and view this for their amusement.
They already do it. Yeah. Don't believe the hype, man. We just doing it just to separate ourselves from the norm. So don't believe the hype and think that we can't spell and we're just too much of aligned with gang member activity and whatever fucking nonsense they want you to think.
Community revolution in progress.
Yeah, they'll just think that. And also don't look at it as negative, because the idea is to keep the people safe, healthy, teach them financial literacy, and to do for self and political literacy. So don't look at it as a bad thing. Look at it like what's coming now as my lung hurts. As a good thing. As a good thing. A change that you really fucking need right now. Because obviously 30 years of government.
35 or 10.
Yeah, 35 years of government.
35 years.
Jesus Christ. she did shit for us except make our situation worse.
She overseen all of it.
She votes in the wrong direction.
The only thing she voted in favor of was not the camping ban.
Mm-hmm.
That's gonna be her only saving grace.
That's on everybody's mind right now. Just y'all jumped in too late. We've been outside, and he's been active. He's been fighting for the Unhoused as an activist for a long time, and I've been unhoused for a long time. So I don't think you just gonna come in and all of a sudden the Unhoused are gonna see you that one time when he passing out food and remember you. They blow kisses and hugs at us when they see us in the street.
Right.
You'll never be at that level.
Never.
So, you go out there and pass out food one day and then just think that you got their vote. Go out there and do that. Go ahead. Do what you need to do.
Get your photo ops in.
Yeah, go get your photo ops and you passing out food and blankets and shit. they gonna remember. And they're gonna treat you like they treat us, right? That never happened.
Never.
No, never happened. I love her. Let's go.
Okay. So Yeah, check us out, Front Line.
Keep Brandy in your
Front
prayers.
Line. Keep Brandy in your prayers. And check us out on the Revolutionary Agenda.
Could happen tomorrow.
Experience Enhanced every Tuesday at 7 p.m. Mountain. And peace, love, light, and Black empowerment.
That was the RVA could happen tomorrow, man. Could.
Can make it happen before the landmark. Peace.
Landmark.